Chapter 22 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 22. An Epitaph. There was no mistaking William's intentions by the end of August, when my engagement with the Culvers ended also. Something, perhaps my aversion to anything settled and definite, had made me avoid William of late, and turn to pointed conversations by force. But when he announced his intention of giving a dinner party, to which the Lenines, a few neighbours, and I were to be bidden, while all the world was to come to some sort of entertainment ending with a small dance afterwards, then I felt the moment was at hand. My frock was a serious trouble to me, for the simple reason that I hadn't any. William wished me to let his mother give me one, but I refused. I didn't want William presented to me with a pound of tea, so to speak. Eventually I washed and ironed my white crepe Greek dress, girdling it with a silver cord. Evadne lent me some lovely misty old lace to give it more of a truly gown look, and I painted my slippers with some silver paint Ted kept for doing halos with. Unexpectedly gallant, Ted went to Penzance that morning and brought me a pair of long white suede gloves and a bunch of roses, the kind that are so dark they have a velvety blackness on them. In the afternoon I went to a garden party and sale of work at the vicarage. William was too busy with his preparations to come, and I felt very lonely. Mrs. Lenine had for some time been a little distant towards me. The guests were all people who had known each other for years, and Kissa, though she was as sweet as ever, was pale and quiet. She was looking especially pretty, attired in pale blue, a Philistine colour I abhor, but in which she seemed charming. Her hat was too grey a blue for the more skyey nature of her frock, and as she exerted herself running about with cups of tea, her delicate little nose would have been the better for some powder. And yet both these things seemed an added charm, because they showed how unsophisticated she was. I went away and watched her from behind a clump of dahlias, and the silly hot tears kept coming to my eyes. I hated myself because I had not led a sheltered life like she had, because I wore my perpetual old silk shirt and a holland skirt I'd made myself. In short, I felt I was young in years but middle-aged in vice, and I grew very silly and unhappy, and worst of all, self-pitying, just the mood for which William's admiration and protectiveness would be the best salve. And then, still behind my dahlia bush, I heard two women talking. "Poor little Kissa," said one. "Anyone can see she's head over ears in love with him, and he's going to marry Miss Lovel, who hasn't a penny and has come from heaven knows where. Oh, her family are very well known down here. I remember her father. Such a charming man, but quite mad. I'm sorry for Mrs. Lenine. Of course she'd always counted on young Penrose for Kissa." The voices drifted away. I remained with burning cheeks and a heart that went thump, thump. So that was why Kissa looked so pale, why she was perpetually discussing love and marriage with me. I had never thought for an instant that she had more than the affection of a playmate for William, or I would have nipped him in the bud at once. All that I could do now was to go away and leave William to the one person who really would suit him. For infatuated as he was with me, it was Kissa's type which was his ideal, and to which, while never recognising that she was of it, he was always unconsciously trying to fit me. In the long run, all that William would want of his wife would be that she should never say, do, or think anything unconventional. Farewell to my dreams of Clownance, for though, if I had been in love with William, I should have gone straight for him and held him, yes, and made him glad to be held, against anyone, I could not take him from Kissa when she cared and I did not. I stayed behind my dahlia bush, staring at the sun-bleached lawn, with loneliness and resentment surging up within me. Against the steely purple clouds that often mass up in a blue sky, the church tower, in full sunshine, with its one pinnacle cocked at the corner, showed a light grey-white. Beyond it the roll of the moors made a faint stain of hyacinth. Everything was in an extraordinarily high key, the shadows all light and soft. Even the black silk jet-trimmed best dresses of some of the parishioners looked, in the full sun, of a grey-green tone. The county was mostly in linen coats and skirts of last year's muslins. The few men were in flannels, and everyone was talking and looking as though St. Annan's parochial party were the most absorbing function on earth, and St. Annan's vicarage garden the only place bounded by an intent horizon. And I wished fiercely with all my heart that I could be one of them. I realised that the worst, the only penalty that I paid for a wandering and precarious existence was that it made me feel different from other girls brought up as Kissa had been, innocent and sheltered. I realised that what had always given me that little feeling of shyness with Kissa, which I had never acknowledged even to myself, was that I felt unfit to be her friend, that at the bottom of my heart I was aware that if Mr. and Mrs. Lenine knew all that I had seen and done, they might not like Kissa to make a friend of me. I had felt prickings of the same feeling before, as I have since, but never with the burning fierceness of that afternoon. Turning, I ran out of the garden, down the empty village street, where the granite cottages glittered with 1,000 little diamond-like facets in the sun, up the steps leading to the churchyard, and so, blindly, to the dim, bare coolness of the church. There the bleakness and austerity of the place began to soothe me, and after a while I wandered out again, and rounding the church came into a wing of shade thrown by the angle of the transept. There a brass tablet let into the stone of the wall caught my eye, and I stood staring up at it for a minute without taking it in, for it was stained darkly with time and weather, and the lettering was uneven. There are moments in life when an external and apparently alien thing strikes at the heart because the thing itself was conceived in a mood or was the direct outflow of a feeling which finds kinship in oneself. The 4 lines I now read flashed on me with that quality of gleam, and stirred a something which was more a certain knowledge than hope, and which I had not known was in me. The tablet bore the date 1721, and had been put up by my little ancestress to her husband, who had died at the age of 85. It ran thus: "Sleep here a while, thou dearest part of me. In little while I'll come and sleep with thee." She died a year later, aged 80. I repeated it over and over, and then I went across the moors to Clownance with it like a song in my heart. I went along a windy ridge, level with the crests of a copse of ash and oak, all the leaves blown pale side outwards as they fluttered from me on their yielding twigs. Through the gaps in the foliage I caught glimpses of that far distance which is of the blue of wood smoke. Before it lay miles of moorland, patched here and there with party-coloured fields, and dappled with cloud shadows, spilled over it like purple wine stains. Then the copse ended and I came out on a wide sloping field, where the corn still lay heaped in little stooks, before being built into the great Cornish Arishmows, and from it the dusty brown partridges whirred clamorously at my approach. All among the stubble wandered a long-stemmed polygonum, whose red leaves, shaped like arrowheads, glowed transparent as blood where the low-lying sun shone through them. To my left, a little quarry, cut out of a streak of deeply orange soil, was scarped into great ribs, where the ragwort lay in drifts like yellow stars, while from the floor of it, clumps of smoke-blue borage, tipped with specks of flame-colour, seemed to puff upwards. Smoke and star-drift, hearth-fires and an answering sky, of such was the life the pearly lady and her husband must have led, for of such things was the soul, homely enough, yet with the certainty of the future and the inner vision that Peter possessed, which had inspired that epitaph. And I had thought it possible to give up all hope of that, for safety with Harry. How long ago he seemed, or the right atmosphere with William. Because I never was able to believe in what is known as a great passion, the lauded thrill of being in love, I had thought the whole thing left me indifferent. Now, in the pearly lady's epitaph, I saw the other side. A protecting affection was in itself a passion, because in year after year of intercourse and interchange, it fused two people in one more completely than any transitory gleam of fervour, however on the heights that might be. And of all emotions, fusion of oneself in another, that dearest part of one, must be the most intense. Peter, I guessed, would have seen things somewhat differently. For him the heights were not mere projections of the imagination that never touched him personally. But I was not Peter, and could only walk by what light I had, and that it was a very lowly one, a mere beckoning spark from a distant hearth I might never reach, was no reason why, now I had caught sight of it, I should ever be false to it again. Down the valley side to home I scrambled, intoning to a little no tune of my own. Sleep here a while, thou dearest part of me. In little while I'll come and sleep with thee. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 23. The Odds and Ends. As I sat beside William that night in the panelled dining room at Boscarn, I realised that I should have to do something pretty violent to shock him out of his feeling for me. Merely to go away in a noble self-sacrificing manner would be to have him after me. The unpleasant task must be mine of shocking his amour propre into kisses keeping. I looked about me, at the portraits, mediocre in themselves, valuable to the Penroses as relics of their kin, at the old silver on which the candlelight sparkled, at Kissa, looking so absolutely right in her Romney muslin frock and blue sash, with pearls in her soft hair, and I realised that the spell which had been on me, drawing me to this kind of life, had lost its grip. Do spells have a grip, I wonder? I have always pictured them as long waving whitenesses with sinuous fingers breathing out of a cauldron, or off a fairy ring on a hillside. I want you to come and see the orchids with me, before everyone begins to arrive," murmured William in my ear after dinner. "Why not?" he added as I shook my head. I explained I hated sitting round in conservatories and that sort of thing. A pleased and somewhat fatuous smile dawned on his face. "I'm so glad nothing has spoiled you, Viv," he said. "Many girls leading your life—" He paused. "Well, what?" said I, on the defensive. "Well, wouldn't be so particular about the kind of thing you mean. Of course you must meet cads who'd like to sit out in conservatories with you, and who wouldn't mean anything except to flirt with you. But you know I don't mean—" "I've never come across the kind of person you mention," I flared, forgetting in my temper that I was saying the wrong thing for the role I meant to adopt. "I'm not the sort of girl who gets kissed in conservatories." "Darling, I beg your pardon. It slipped out. But I mean it. I know you're not. That's just what I'm saying. That sort of life hasn't touched you. There's nothing about you a man wouldn't want in his wife." "Viv, I must tell you that—" "William, your tie is crooked, and it gives you such a squiffy appearance," I interrupted. A look of pain at my tactlessness and the slangy expression I used crossed his face, but his hand flew to his tie and his gaze to a mirror, and I slipped away. Soon after, all the world began to arrive, and I attached myself to Evadne and Ted, till William, as master of the ceremonies, drove us all on to the lawn, on which rows of chairs were arranged, and across the far end of which a pair of curtains hung. I saw Gladeyes amongst the audience, evidently in the mood of girlish modesty she assumed with her clothes, for she was in one of those light half-hearted frocks that are neither high nor low, neither bond nor free. I don't mean that Gladeyes was immodest when out of her garments. She wasn't, only she couldn't be natural about it, any more than I thought she could be about anything else, in which last supposition I proved wrong. I noticed she was placed at the back with the servants, a position I feared she would find insulting. But there again I was wrong. She was happier when able to imagine people asking, "Who was that wonderfully elegant girl?" than she would have been had she looked out of place in not such a pleasing manner among her superiors. I found myself sat down beside William in the unenviable publicity of the front row, and whispered, "What's going to happen?" "It's a troupe of performers who've just come down to Penzance," whispered William back again. "They've made rather a hit at Falmouth. They call themselves the Odds and Ends." Behind the curtains someone tuned a fiddle, and then began to play, a light lilting thing I had never heard before. The curtains rattled asunder, and there was presented to our gaze, against a background of trees, and illuminated by fairy lights and Chinese lanterns hanging from the boughs, and a row of footlights in front, the company of the Odds and Ends. After the first moment of incredulity, I only saw the one who was playing the fiddle, and he was Peter. He looked straight at me from under the pale locks matted over his browner forehead and fair flaunting eyebrows. He was dressed as to the upper part in fleshings, a trail of ivy being, as a concession to the feelings of the audience, artfully disposed across his chest. From the waist downwards he had achieved a triumph in goatskin breeches, and his hoofs were miracles of cardboard. His ears, always crested at the tip, were added to by spirals of wax, and he wagged them at me in time to the music, in a way he knew I detested. Then he stepped forward and made a little speech. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "allow me to present to you, as their spokesman, the company of odds and ends. We are the leftovers of the world, relics of the time of the great god Pan, obliged to exploit ourselves for a living. I am, as you see, a faun. Here is the last of the mermaids, in the watertight pram." The pram was a tank on wheels, over one end of which drooped the Sea Lady's tail, while at the other appeared her pale face and weed-bound hair, the face and hair of Chloe. She looked lovely in a sleek, half-drowned way suitable to her role, though very different from her usual type. "Here," continued Peter, "is a troubadour who will sing old minstrels' songs to you. And here is our centaur, whose name is Algernon Lackward. This is not, as you might suppose, one of the players from Chanticleer, but the phoenix rising from the ashes of a misspent life. This india-rubbery-looking individual is a changeling, while the last of all is the original black cat belonging to the Witch of Endor. I must apologize for the absence of our dryad, but she missed the train at Falmouth. I hope she caught a later one and will be here in time to give a dance." By now I had pulled myself together a trifle, and recognised the Changeling, an easy task, for she was attired in dark tights as she was wont to be at Haggett's, though a skull-cap rather like a harlequin's was fitted over her head. In the troubadour, in spite of a long red wig, I recognised to my intense surprise Edgar Murdock. I was at a loss to identify the centaur, who was constructed in the best pantomime manner of two individuals who formed his front and his back half respectively. In the phoenix, a bunchy kind of bird covered with bronze feathers and reposing, apparently asleep, in a wicker-work nest, I, to my horror, recognised Littlejohn. Luckily the night was warm, and she appeared to be sleeping through the proceedings with her usual sang-froid. The Witch of Endor's cat was, of course, the Nelephant. I wondered very much whom the dryad Peter had referred to might be. His little speech concluded, he bowed and retreated, and the performance began. The centaur's jig was a marvel of ingenuity. To see his fore and his hind legs setting to each other as to partners was very pleasant. After that, being a centaur of literally many parts, he picked up the violin and began to play. I recognised the air at once. It was Brunot's setting of Catulle Mondet's exquisite song, Le Roi Vagabond, and Peter stepped forward to sing it. In his sweet, though not very powerful baritone, the gay, pathetic words fell on my ears with added meaning, and I buried my fingers in my bunch of roses. "Je m'en vais par les chemins l'Irolan," sang Peter, and I thought of how I had purposed leaving him to tramp along those roads without me, who had called myself his friend. "J'ai dans mon cœur fleuri, chante rossignol, chante si je ris, j'ai dans mon cœur joli, lireli, ma mia." I felt the old lilt waking in my blood. I raised my head and met Peter's eyes. He flung back his head triumphantly as he drew to the end of the song, when the vagabond, robbed of his trois écus and with no more bread, still sings that "J'ai dans mon cœur pleurant, chante rossignol, chante en soupirant, j'ai dans mon cœur mourant, lira-la, ma mia." Oh, what a mistake I had been on the point of making! To imagine I could ever settle down to be audience, like these well-fed people round me, who applauded in a patronising way. I felt doubly an impostor as I sat there, for I knew I was on the wrong side of the footlights. I heard Peter speaking again. He had a telegram in his hand. " I am sorry to say this is from the Dryad, announcing that the train, when she did catch it, took her to the wrong place. Is there any Dryad in disguise among the audience who would be kind enough to give us a dance instead?" I stood up, and William's hand flew to my arm. " Viv, Viv, sit down. What are you doing? " he whispered. " It's no good, William. Let me go. You can't stop me. I must go." And I slipped from his irresolute grasp and through the curtains. There Peter was waiting me. " D'you want to break away, Viv? " he asked. " If not, say the word and I'll go. But I couldn't help thinking it might be a case of saving your soul alive." " It is? Come and do a faun and nymph dance with me. Those slippers won't do." I kicked them off and threw my silk stockings after them, and the next moment I was dancing on to the grassy stage. After the first few moments I ceased to see William's hurt and angry face, and forgot everything except that I was a Dryad again, free and uncaught, dancing for joy of the cool grass against my bare toes. Then, at sound of questing hoof, I darted behind a tree and Peter pranced on, and panpipes to his mouth began to play cunningly. I peeped round my tree, put out a foot, hesitated, finally fell under the spell of the music and danced into the open. Wilder and wilder grew the music, more and more it urged the Dryad, till her almost exhausted breath beat in her throat like a bird, and she sank on the turf. The faun sprang forward and scattered red roses over her, then swept her up into his arms and ran towards the trees. In a moment I was myself again, and breaking free, I ran off and away. On and on, with my frock turned up over my shoulders like a cape, I ran. Through the gate at the end of the plantation, across a strip of moorland, where I splashed into little pools, not slowing down till I was in the Carn. I still broke into little runs, crushing the slippery, brittle toadstools and sinking into the drifts of dead leaves that made a noise like surf as I plunged through them. The moon shining through the branches flung a net of shadows over the floor of the wood, and the gleams of light ran up over and over me as I went like the ripples of a tide. Not until I was out on the rutted track leading to the manor did I feel tired, and then I knew my feet hurt me, and that I wanted to lie down, and I went to bed as I was and slept soundly. The sun was just rising when I woke and went downstairs to the hall. A fire was burning on the hearth, and by it sat Peter, still in faun's attire. " I do want some breakfast, don't you? " he said. I did. " Come and I'll show you where to draw water," I replied, and I led the way to the well. " The water's full of black slugs with yellow frills," I explained, " so you must be careful not to let them get into the kettle, as they're apt to stick in the spout, which they fit as a banana does its skin." We filled the kettle, and then, girdling my gown round my hips with the silver cord, I took the pail from the well and bore it to a field near by. There, with many blandishments, I approached a cow, and inserting myself and my pail beneath her, proceeded to steal her milk. I knew where a hen from a neighbouring farm was laying a stray, and I went to her hedge-hidden haunt and drew out 3 warm brown eggs. A large forlorn mushroom I found on my way back was added to the other provisions, and then Peter and I had the best breakfast ever eaten, all cooked in relays in an old kettle without a lid. When we had finished, we broke our egg shells so as to harbour no evil spirits, and emptied the remains of the milk over my ancestral threshold as a libation to the gods. And I told him all about everything, and, as nearly as was possible for a man, he understood. " We can catch the early train from Penzance if we can find something to drive us in," he said, pulling the watch out of the recesses of his goatskin. I told the others to wait for us on the platform. " Tell me, Peter, why didn't you write?" " Because I saw a chance of coming down here just when your engagement with the Culvers was up. I didn't think of your engagement with anyone else being on," he added slyly. " And who are the others? I saw Chloe and the Changeling, and Edgar Murdock and Littlejohn, who had no business to be up so late. It was such a mild night. The centaur was Jo and her young man." " What young man? This is something new." " Peter, is it serious? How thrilled I am." " Very serious. His name is Charles G. Chetwynd, and they're engaged." "What's he?" " Oh, a sort of man about town, but a ripping good chap. We call him the Man About, for short. Jo calls him Chas. She's training him." " So I should imagine. Which half was he? Front, I suppose, or I should have recognised Jo's face." " Yes, and he said it augured well for their married life, that he should be the head. But Jo said that, to use a very vulgar expression, it showed that she would wear the breeches." " Peter," I said thoughtfully, " who was the dryad who missed the train at Falmouth?" " Oh," replied Peter with a grin, " she was in the nature of a decoy duck. Her name, I should fancy, would be Mrs. Harris. Now, I think you'd better begin to get ready." I wrote a note to William and his mother, and another to Evadne, left my borrowed plumes on the bed, threw my own belongings into a bag, and then went down again to the hall, where I paused to say farewell to the pearly lady. Then we went to the neighbouring farm, caught the pony and led it into the yard, where the farm dog came cringing out to us with wagging tail but curled back lip. There was no one about, apparently everyone was busy with the cows, so we put in the pony, chalked a message on the door of the cart shed, and drove off through the fragrance of the early morning to Penzance. Along the quay we went, where hundreds of little pointed waves, sparkling in the sun, rose and fell incessantly, each always in the same place, so that the little boats nudged each other and ripples of light flickered over their white painted sides. We found a boy to whom we confided the return of the pony and cart, and at a little cottage bought a big bunch of dew-wet roses as a farewell present for the farmer's wife. Then Peter and I ran on to the station. " J'ai dans mon cœur fleuri, chante rossignol, chante si joli, j'ai dans mon cœur joli, lireli, ma mia," hummed Peter, and hand in hand we went to the tune of it. Chapter 24 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 24. A Long Lost Parent. Peter fled straight to the waiting room to change behind a dusty palm, while I leapt screaming down the platform, and after my physical absence and my more serious mental deflection, was once more hugged by Littlejohn and the Changeling, Jo and Chloe. I even tried to embrace the Nelephant, but ever chary of caresses, she merely shrieked with rage. Then I became aware of a stranger looming by the luggage, and Jo now dragged him towards me. "This is Charles G. Chetwynd, and we're engaged," she said. "And I am going to be a bromide and say I hope you'll like each other, since you're both friends of mine. But he really is rather nice, Viv." The man about was a youngish in the 30s. His hair was very sleek and beautifully brushed back, his moustache very crisp, and his Harris tweed suit, of the colour of Devonshire earth, just matched his eyes. He was one of those men who give you the impression of being thoroughly nice, which he was. The only kink in him was claimed by his nose, which had a humorous twist to one side, and I have heard that all his relations put down what they call poor dear Charles' eccentricities to that twist in his nose. He gets it from his poor mother, they would add, murmuring Bohemian blood, as though it were the kind of thing that broke out in a moral eczema. The man about's mother, I may mention, I have since had the joy of meeting, and she is a sort of whimsical, placid, delightfully naughty old lady, who would shock poor Mrs. Penrose out of her well-preserved skin. I bore Jo off on the pretext of hunting for a carriage, and burst forth with questions. "Do tell me all about it. You are a dark horse, Jo. Tell me, when, where, how, and why?" "I've known him from my youth up," began Jo obediently, "but I couldn't bring myself to marry a soldier. He's really awfully good at painting for an amateur, only he's never had the chance to study, owing to the misfortune of being an elder son. But now he's the head of the family, and will no longer have to trail about with his regiment, so I said I'd think about it. Doesn't it all sound calculating? But there's a little thing I forgot to mention." "And that?" "Oh, well, I'm what I suppose one would call in love with him," said Jo, and her round, even-coloured face became a deep brick red. "We shall be awfully poor, according to his way of thinking, because he has 2 sisters to bring out and an aged parent to support in the dower house. Only, as a matter of fact, they are all going on living in the big house for the first year, because Charles and I want to travel." Here the man about himself retrieved us from the far end of the station where we had wandered, and packed us into a carriage. "First class," said Jo, reprovingly. "Chas, have you dared to have our tickets excessed?" "If you think I'm going to let you travel third while I'm with you, you're mistaken," replied the man about. "I am far too fond of my own creature comforts. Josie, sure you wouldn't like a cup of coffee? Your feet aren't cold?" To hear our manly Jo called Josie, and asked if her feet were cold! I think in that moment I realised I'd always been a bit selfish towards Jo. She was such a tower of strength in her quiet, humorous, apparently lazy way, that one had drifted into a state of mind about her which had never allowed for her having a life of her own. I looked round the carriage. In one corner sat the Changeling, in her arms Littlejohn, who was sucking rather obtrusively at her bottle. Opposite, Chloe was curled up, giving the Nelephant, out of the palm of her hand, milk stolen from Littlejohn. Peter, attired in an old flannel suit, his faunship under his arm in a bundle, was coming up the platform. All the odds and ends were assembled, saving Edgar Murdock. I could almost believe I had dreamt him. "And the troubadour?" I asked. "Poor boy," said Jo. "He's coming, I hope. Go into the corridor, Chas. You mustn't hear this. It's not my secret. I can't think why he's so late. His mother died, and he made his way to the hen coop to find you. However, when I saw what a loose end he was at, I told him I knew the whole story, and I really think he was enormously relieved. He said he could never be honest, unless somebody knew enough to make him. So he stayed with Peter while the farmland was being sold, and we saw him dispatch the money to pay all his debts. He's got a couple of hundred left over, and is thinking of emigrating, and, do you know, Viv, I think it the best thing he could do. I know he won't run straight for long here, but he wouldn't go till he'd seen you again. He thinks the world of you. Here's Peter. I say, Peter, have you seen Edgar Murdock anywhere?" "Edgar, and more than Edgar, is now approaching," replied Peter. "More than? What do you mean?" I asked, and sticking my head out of the window, I saw to my surprise Gladys Cotton hanging on Edgar's arm and mopping at her eyes with a pale pink handkerchief. At sight of me, she started to run towards me, then halted, and jumping out, I went to meet her. "Why, what's the matter, Gladeyes?" I asked anxiously. "Have you come with a message? There's nothing wrong with anyone, is there?" "Only with me," sobbed Gladeyes. "Please go on ahead, Mr. Murdock. You've been most kind, I'm sure. Oh, Miss Lovel, please, I must come with you. You've got my baby. Oh, oh, oh!" And the handkerchief flew up again. "Your baby?" I echoed, with, as I recognised, aversion in my voice, for something told me she was speaking the truth, and in a flash I knew what the withdrawal of my Littlejohn would mean to me. "Yes, my baby. Can a mother—" and here, without being unkind, I think I may say Gladeyes began to enjoy her role. "Can a mother be mistaken in the child she bore? Never, Miss Lovel. Last night, after you'd gone and the party began to break up, and everyone was thinking your behaviour so peculiar, if you'll excuse my saying so—" "Yes, yes, go on." "Well, I went up to talk to the performers, because it did seem so funny, you knowing them, I mean. Never mind about me. Do go on. And then something in the turn of the baby's head caught my eye, and I went and took her up, and she was my Lucy." Gladeyes sobbed afresh, and I found myself, idiotically enough, thinking how inappropriate Lucy seemed as a name for my Littlejohn. "I don't see that you can be sure," I began. "Nor did I at first, Miss Lovel. But then I asked questions, and Mr. Murdock began to say how you'd got her off a ship that was sinking, and the big young lady came along and shut him up. But then I knew, because you see it was me who was on the sailing ship. And when we struck, I made sure we were going down, because you always think a steamer's bound to come out best, don't you? And I saw you standing there, and I just dropped baby down to you, shrieking, 'London!' meaning to say, if I wasn't drowned, I'd meet you and baby there." "And why didn't you?" said I sternly. Oh, don't despise me. But you see I was coming back from Brittany. I'd been ill there. Lucy was born there." "Yes?" "I'd been sitting to the gentleman who's Lucy's father, for he's a gentleman right enough. And Lucy came, and I was very ill, and after I was better he seemed to like me again, and made me sit with Lucy for a virgin and child. And I found that that was all he wanted. When he'd finished that picture he gave me some money and said Brittany was played out, and went away. So I came back to London, meaning to face the world honest, in spite of baby. But then, after you'd taken her, and I knew she was safe, well, it seemed a providence. And it was a good thing. For her own sake I threw Lucy down to you, because we were driven ashore, and clung for 5 hours to the rigging, soaked through. She'd have caught her death." " But I don't understand," said I in bewilderment, " how you could not want to have your own baby." " The gentleman and I weren't married, Miss Lovel, and I dreaded facing everyone I knew in London so. But now I don't care. I've left Albert and everything, and him getting £3 a week already. I must have Lucy." In the last words every shred of pose fell away from Gladeyes. She spoke fiercely, and her fingers tightened on my arm. " Go along to that carriage," said I. " You'll find her there. I'll get your ticket." I just waited to see, with a dreadful, jealous pang at my heart, Gladeyes snatching up Littlejohn and covering her with kisses. That child, I am glad to say, lived up to my opinion of her sagacity, by breaking into a wail. " Don't cry, my lamb. Mother's got you," cooed Gladeyes. " Mother got her so suddenly it made her cry," observed Peter. Then he pursued me to the booking office, and there, as the story books say, I told him all. He whistled long and low. " By Jove, another addition to your menage, Viv," he said rather ruefully, " and I'd already added Murdoch to it in your absence. You know it won't be nearly as nice if you've too many people hanging on to you." " They don't hang, and Gladeyes will be self-supporting, and Edgar's a blooming millionaire compared with us. I wasn't thinking of ways and means. Hullo, they seem to be getting up steam. Even this train must make up its mind to leave some time, I suppose, though it seems a most casual function. Get in here, and we'll walk along the corridor. Oh, Viv, even if you collect whole orphanages and homes for inebriates round you, it's jolly good to have you again. And so it is to have you. I can't think how I could have ever thought of — well, never mind. But oh, Peter, I wish you could always be with me to prevent me losing grip of the things that matter. Other things influence me so, and I lose directness of vision somehow." " You've got directness of vision, right enough." " In a way, but it's not a sort of X-ray vision like yours is." We were at our own carriage by now. Gladeyes, her nose once more nicely powdered and the traces of tears almost gone from her pretty golden eyes, was bending over Littlejohn. For a long moment I stood looking in, sick and shaken with a jealousy I had not suspected. I loved Jo and Chloe and Peter, it was true, yet not as I had loved Littlejohn, for they could all look after themselves more or less, but Littlejohn had been dependent on my protection, and there is no sensation in the world as satisfying as protecting what one loves. Littlejohn had taught me that much. I stepped into the carriage, and Gladeyes, looking up, gave a little start. " Oh, Miss Lovel," she said, " I've been telling your friends all about it, and they think it's so romantic. About the wreck, I mean, and me being left a widow in a foreign land." " A widow !" I exclaimed, in tactless surprise. " Oh, yes. Didn't I tell you Mr. Grey was dead? But there, I suppose you've hardly realised yet even that my name is Mrs. Grey," said Gladeyes Cotton. Chapter 25 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 25. Pan at Covent Garden. From Cornwall, Peter went back to his attic, and while Chloe, the two pensioners, and I all lived together at the hen coop, Jo went away to spend September with the Manabouts people, and only came back at the end of the month. The Changeling was very useful in the house, but there was no pretending that Littlejohn did anything for her keep, or I either for the matter of that, beyond saving Jo and Chloe the expense of a model. Gladeyes was in regular work again, and called to take Littlejohn for an airing every Sunday. Peter began to sell an occasional story, but no luck came my way, and the thought that I was living on Jo and Chloe became unbearable. "And they must be sick of my face and my altogether by now," I said mournfully to Peter. "They must know it all by heart." "By heart is just how I know your face," answered Peter. "As to your birthday suit, I only know that from pictures they've done of you, but I'm sure it's beautiful, because all your lines are right, and the way you're put together. The great thing is to be long in the leg. And I'm simply all leg, but no amount of leg helps me to get a living, since I'm not a dancer or a chorus girl. And I know Jo is wanting to save for her trousseau, to say nothing of being in debt for the clothes she had to have when she went to stay with the Manabouts people. If a quid's any good to you, I've just got that for an article." "You know I loathe borrowing," I said pettishly, and very ungratefully. "Besides," I added, "you must want that quid, because you haven't sold anything since the sonnet." "I haven't written anything the last week or so. I've tried to, but nothing came, and at last I just sat at my window and watched the sky go by. We must both try and find some settled job, Viv." We tried. Peter obtained some circulars to address, and did so many thousands that he vowed it was enough to turn a nigger white, and he should never look at a circular without a feeling of respect again. Nothing at all rewarded my efforts, perhaps because I never like deliberately to plan anything, as it seems trying to cheat Chance, who is nearly always a good friend if one trusts him. Therefore I never would advertise, but preferred to wait for a leading, as old-fashioned people say. One grey day we were walking rather mournfully along, when at the street corner I saw a blaze of splendid fire colour, the massed chrysanthemums which were the stock in trade of the stout red-faced Flora who graced the pavement. I spent one of my last sixpences on a bunch, then, burying my nose in it, drew in a deep breath of that smell which is like nothing else but the smell of earth after rain. With it I drew inspiration. "Peter, flowers," I said. "We'll sell flowers. What an ideal occupation." Peter caught fire at once. "Of course," he cried. "I must have had no soul not to have thought of it myself. And I've been so sick with London lately, I might have known it was traffic with something of the country I needed. I'll go to Covent Garden to-morrow morning and lay in a stock. One may catch a glimpse of the country spirit there, who knows? Perhaps even a flash of Pan's hoof. Will you come too?" "I'll come, but I'm not sure it would be wise of us both to sell flowers. Not too close together, anyway," I said. "That's true, and I shouldn't like you to be doing anything like that out of sight of me." At this moment we came level to a pavement artist, a ragged, seedy-looking individual, his open cap beside him agape for pennies. I threw one in on the principle of supporting a brother of the brush, and with that came the second inspiration. "I'll be a pavement artist," I said, "and you shall sell flowers alongside of me." So it was settled, and I laid out my remaining capital on chalks, and then called in at the nearest police station and made all inquiries of a very charming and fatherly policeman, who refused to believe that I was not either doing it for a bet or to benefit the suffragist cause. I found out that no licence was necessary, and obtained besides advice as to a likely pitch. I finally settled on a stretch of pavement outside Kensington Gardens, as I thought the trees might help me. Peter saw me back to the studio, and there, over our evening cocoa, I confided the plan to Jo and Chloe. Jo is the biggest girl I have ever seen, 5'10" in height, and as she began to raise herself up from the floor, fold upon fold, I thought she would never end, and told her so. "Ah," said she, looming over me, "you may laugh, but I assure you, if you were as brawny a female as I, then perhaps your plan mightn't be so mad. But a little bit of a thing like you, who couldn't say 'bo' to a policeman, why, it's absurd. You'd get a crowd round you and they might be rude, and then, you know, you'd be utterly miserable. It's out of the question." Here Chloe chimed in. "Jo is quite right," she said. "It's madness. You're far too pretty for that kind of thing." "I'm not pretty at all, beyond a pair of saucer eyes and a chin that has an amusing little point, but you can't call that strictly beautiful. No one who's pale and has straight mousy hair can be pretty. If I were you, I admit, I would think twice about it. And anyway, nothing else has turned up, and I can draw if I can do nothing else, and so pavement artistry it will have to be. And do be sporting and cheer me up instead of scolding." They relented enough to take an interest in what I was to wear, and the property box was brought into use again, for my Burberry and tweed skirt, shabby though they were, still looked too much the right thing to be suitable. Finally we settled on a soft old blue flannel shirt, open at the throat, a darker blue skirt that was literally in tatters, and an enormous black woolen shawl. Soon after 4 o'clock the next morning Peter called for me, and attired in these garments, with the addition of Peter's cap, I sallied forth to help him buy his flowers at Covent Garden. Jo, in a voluminous dressing gown, made us tea and saw us off. She was very amiable, but resisted alike our entreaties that she should come too, and our taunts at her lack of sporting spirit. It was at 5 o'clock that Peter and I approached the market. A violet sky hung to the roof crests, such an ineffable violet, deep and soft, as was more suggestive of Greece than England. Along the street, the electric lamps strung a line of white glowing spheres, and we neared each one with our shadows lying behind us. Then, as we passed it, our shadows gathered themselves together like animals before they spring, and hurled themselves ahead of us, only to shorten and fall behind again as we approached the next globe of light. So, guarded by our shadows that seemed to weave a fairy web as they sprang shuttle-like back and forth, we neared the market. A pang struck me at first glimpse. The place looked so uncountrified, so like a great set-piece on the stage. Night has a way of making shapes forget their substance and their colour, but here the fierce glares intensified both. Shadows fought for bare existence under bewildering cross-lights, and the market-place seemed a well of life and colour set in neutral grey, as a pool of vivid seaweeds and anemones may lie in a dark expanse of rock. We paused a moment in the side street before entering the market. Near us was a row of emptied carts, whose vermilion shafts were upreared the shadows of their wheels lying like giant spider webs upon the road. The unharnessed horses had the air of standing about wherever they had been left, with hanging heads and the steam softly curling from their nostrils. The sides of the white horses were streaked and matted into dark points with sweat, and on the wet flanks of the bays the blue light of nascent dawn reflected wanly. From the market came a conflict of sounds: men's voices, the metallic scrape of struggling hoofs on the cobbles, the grind of iron-rimmed wheels against a curb, the thuds of crates set down, and occasionally the harsh roar suggesting the long backwash of pebbles on the beach, made by a van driving thunderously out of the yard. We stayed fascinated for a moment or two, then went on into the market. There 2 lights were fighting for mastery: the yellow of the paraffin flares that threw intensely blue shadows, and the cold light of dawn that was as blue as ice. The whole effect was to steep the place in blueness, so that one felt as though walking in the depths of the sea. We passed stacked turnips that showed like luminous fairy things, each reflecting pearl-like the glare of the lamps, but each with an astonishingly blue crescent of shadow on its undercurve, while further on the glossy leaves of piled cabbages reflected the slowly paling sky in steely shimmers. Peter gripped my arm. "Isn't it gorgeous? Oh, isn't it gorgeous?" he said. "Look at that woman passing now. That great fat red woman. She doesn't seem to be enjoying it a bit. She looks as impassive as a sphinx. But look at that box of Michaelmas daisies on her head. They're as fine as mist, and they're shaking like ballet girls' skirts. Yes, it's splendid, but oh, Peter, look!" Some quickening of movement, a tense little feeling of interest in the people round, had made me turn, and Peter's eyes followed my pointing finger. There, running past a lighted stall, heads down and slippered feet flashing, went 3 dancers from the Covent Garden ball. The middle figure was a man, with a dark overcoat over his evening dress. The nearer girl wore a vivid scarlet cloak, and the further one showed a fringe of flesh-pink skirt under her black domino. Something attracted their notice, and for a moment they stopped as on poised wings. She of the vermilion domino hung backward on the man's arm, while he paused, laughing and irresolute, and the further girl remained bent forward in the attitude of running, so that the 3 of them were opened out like a fan. It was one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen in my life. There was something of the Hellenic spirit about the 3, not merely in their gay carelessness, but in the arrested swing of their limbs and garments, the music of graceful action, crystallized as in some sculptured frieze. So they stayed for a fleeting moment, the black and vermilion of their fluttered draperies dark against the yellow light, yet keeping a subdued vividness, and then action was caught up again where it had been arrested. Swaying skirts and outward poised feet swept forward in a harmony of curves, and with a gust of laughter the dancers ran on and vanished. "Oh, Peter," I said. "Oh, Peter!" I had caught his hand, and we laughed aloud for sheer joy in what we had seen. Then I remembered that in practical matters I had to be the man of the party, and I frowned sternly. "Business, Peter, business," said I. "We must now buy your flowers." We laid out the money with care. mostly on chrysanthemums, choosing only those that went well together, from flaming yellow through the rosy fire-coloured ones to the deep copper red. And then we wandered about for a little longer in a trance of pleasure, while the dusky sky paled first to amethyst, then to a bleached whiteness that crept up like a tide, showing the draggled flower-heads and cabbage leaves trodden into the muddy ground, glimmering palely on the roofs of vans, on the upper curves of wheels, and on the metal handles of hundreds of baskets, intensifying the black and white of a couple of nuns who were buying sheaves of pearly honesty. The dawn had come, but with no effect of sunrise. No warmth in the pallid sky showed where behind the houses the sun was hid. Rather, this bleak, diffused light seemed shed with dispassionate equality. Only on the pavement some careless splashes of orange sand looked so like the reflections from some strong glow that we both glanced involuntarily upwards, then laughed over the wish that on a grey day we could go through the city, scattering patches of orange sand on the pavements. Slowly we circled the market, our arms full of flowers, meeting curious faces, insolent faces, kindly faces, but nowhere a face with that woodland look, which is the best of all. At the last corner we came on a flower girl who was sorting her bunches of chrysanthemums, while her baby, folded in a shawl, was laid on a barrow near her. A reddish sun had swum up into the watery sky, and was piercing it with tentative yellow, and a tremulous gleam appeared on the baby's shawl, then grew suddenly definite, and the cast shadows leapt into being. The baby opened his eyes and caught sight of a flicker of sun gilding the shawl fringe. Slowly an answering gleam dawned in his look, and he dabbed at it with an uncertain little fist. I tossed him one of the yellow flowers I carried, and rolling his round elfin head towards it, he gurgled into its petals, doubtless, as I informed Peter, exchanging confidences with it. Here at last we had caught a gleam of the Pan-spirit, instinctive and unself-conscious. "It's a fawn baby, Peter," I said, and added, "Shall it be the first picture I draw on the pavement?" "Add a feeding bottle and write 'Abandoned, Nobody Loves Me' underneath, and you'll make a fortune," suggested Peter cynically. We breakfasted at a coffee stall, and then walked through the park to Kensington, and there my nerve failed me. "I can't sit and draw in such a populated place as this, Peter," I wailed. "I simply can't. You stay here and I'll go to a side street." "Nonsense. Of course I shall come too. Let's look for a quiet, self-contained street with gas and H&C." At last we settled ourselves in a charming Georgian street, on a strip of pavement backed by a garden wall, and I took out my chalks and set to work. I had decided to do a whole series called "A Day in the Life of a Faun," and I began by showing him wriggling out of one of those great vegetable baskets that look like lobster pots. I made him slim and brown, and gave him piebald fur on his goat's legs. As a background I suggested a corner of the market, with the dome showing slate-coloured against the amethyst sky, as I had seen it that morning, and the blue light on the cabbages. In the next picture my little faun was peeping into the door of a reach-me-down shop, and slyly tweaking at a pair of check breeches. Next he was seen wearing them, also a knitted jersey and a pair of shoes, while he played on a flute by the steps of Piccadilly Fountain. The fat flower sellers in their hard straw hats were craning their faces in his direction, and a man who looked something in the city, with splendid white chalk shines on his black chalk topper and boots, had stopped to listen. Peter, greatly excited, abandoned his flowers to suggest the next picture, which showed the faun tripping down the steps of the fountain, still piping, and a crowd of people following. The top-hatted man with a chrysanthemum stuck behind his ear, an errand boy, a fashionably clad lady kicking her high-heeled shoes off for better progress, and a policeman dancing as he went, making believe to play upon his truncheon. Then came a somewhat futuristic picture, showing in a rush of lines and blurred colours the speed to which the whole procession attained. Behind lay the smoke and chimneys of London town, while ahead tripped the faun, his horns flashing in the light of the evening sun. Finally the last two flagstones showed, first, a group of dishevelled, breathless people sitting on a wide heath in the twilight, gazing at each other in an ecstasy of delirious amazement. A pair of check breeches, a jersey, and some shoes lying before them as the only relics of their mad guide, while the second depicted the faun, his strenuous day at an end, sitting with crossed legs on a hill crest dark against the rising moon, to which he piped. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 26. We leap screaming. By the time this masterpiece was achieved, the sun was high in the heavens, and my chalks were worn to mere stumps that hurt my fingertips to use. The crowd threatened by Jo began mysteriously to collect out of the blue, and pennies showered into my expectant cap. A good many people spoke to me, and I answered them in broadest Cornish. There happened to be no one standing at gaze when a door in the wall opened and an elderly man, his portly form outlined in a white waistcoat, stepped on to the pavement. He came along it, then caught sight of my picture gallery and stopped abruptly. "Is that your own work?" he asked. "Iss, fey, for sure," said I. Then he began to cross-examine me. Where had I learned to draw? How old was I? Why was I doing it? And had I thought of the theme myself? To all of which I answered truthfully, still in Cornish. It was while the old gentleman stood gazing and rapping out his questions that I first noticed a very peculiar couple drifting up the street on the opposite side. At least one of the persons drifted. The other, and smaller, seemed to be trying to guide her along. The old gentleman saw my fixed gaze and turned too, and he, Peter, and I stared at the newcomers. Forgetting my dialect, I clutched Peter by the arm and declared, "Peter, that's either a man in disguise or a lunatic." For the bigger of the two creatures advancing was indeed large beyond the dreams of avarice, and walked with an extraordinary rolling kind of gait. She, if she it were, was attired in clothes far too small for her generous proportions. On her head, where the hair was sleeked down so tightly as to appear a wig, was perched a rusty and wholly inadequate crape bonnet. Enormous blue spectacles, with side-pieces of glass, were astride her nose, which latter feature stared triumphantly through a hole in the blue gauze veil that covered her face. In her arms she carried, as though it were a baby, a bunch of magenta asters, which she rocked to and fro in time with her undulating gait. The little grey-haired person with her also wore spectacles, but of untinted glass, and her attention seemed divided between her companion and a hunch of brown bread at which she was gnawing. A schoolgirl with her books was walking down the pavement. She of the goggles pranced up to her and, shaking the magenta asters, leaned forward and glared into the girl's face. With one yell, the girl dropped her books and ran. The peculiar couple then began to cross the road in our direction, and at that moment a policeman appeared round a corner of the road. For a moment, evidently aware of their striking aspect, the couple paused, then seeing a door in the wall, and little knowing the elderly gentleman staring at them in such amazement had just stepped out of it, they pushed it open and bolted in. Apparently propitiated by this, the policeman was passing on, when the old gentleman exploded with a violent "Officer, officer! Go after those people at once. That's my house." A kind of gasping chuckle seemed to come from over my head. I looked up, and there was the lunatic leaning over the wall. She was toying, there is no other word for it, with two enormous iron nails, knocking them foolishly one against the other, and smiling seraphically. Her large hands, bursting out of their black thread gloves, seemed to flop loosely from the wrist. Ting, ting, went the nails, and the lunatic smiled on, while Peter, the old gentleman, the policeman, and I stood rooted to the spot. Then the policeman bestirred himself. "This will need caution," he observed heavily. "Lunatics is ticklish work." He too made for the door in the wall. Suddenly Peter gave a shriek and caught my arm. "It's Jo!" he gasped. "I recognise her nose. It's Jo and Chloe." It was. We, in our turn, darted into that garden, and the luckless owner of it, ejaculating, "Either all of you are mad or I am," sprinted after us. Once within, we found ourselves in an oblong paved courtyard, with an urn full of geraniums in the middle, and round this urn dodged the policeman, Chloe, and Jo, who had descended from the ladder which leant against the wall. Jo held her skimpy skirts well up and away from enormous elastic-sided boots that I remembered seeing in the property box, and whenever the policeman made a little run at her, she skipped coyly to one side, Chloe behind her. Peter slipped between them and the policeman. "Run!" he shouted. They put down their heads and charged. The policeman wheeled round, but there is a limit to the speed at which a heavy body can change its course, and Jo and Chloe got clear out of the door, we on their heels, the policeman and the old gentleman on ours. "Oh, oh, idiots that we were!" shrieked Chloe, her powdered hair descending on her respectable jet-trimmed mantle. Jo's crape bonnet rose and fell on her head like a bad rider on horseback. An ominous "zip" came from her skirt, but helpless laughter jerked from her as she ran. Peter and I could easily have outrun them, town birds that they were, so we seized an arm of each and urged them on. "Stop thieves!" bellowed the old gentleman. From the policeman came no sound but the heavy thud, thud of his regulation boots. A messenger boy forgot his errand, a milkman left his cart, several indescribable unemployed joined in, and on we all tore. We doubled round a corner, then again, and yet again. Our only chance lay in keeping to the network of side streets, and so it came about that we found ourselves again in the street where we had started. As I ran, the idea came into my head that the performance in which we were all engaged was absurdly like the scene I had drawn on the pavement. At our head ran the faun-like Peter, a bunch of chrysanthemums still under one arm, and his flute in his hand, while behind pounded as incongruous a procession as any I could have imagined. At the thought I laughed aloud, and the more I laughed, the more my breath failed me, and the less capable I became of running. We were all beginning to flag, and fresh pursuers who had just joined the chase were on our heels. There was only one thing to be done, and Peter did it. He dashed once more through the door in the wall, Jo, Chloe, and I after him, and slamming the door, we locked and barred it. It was then that we perceived that the old gentleman, who had early retired winded from the chase, had taken refuge in his garden to await events. As the blows of our pursuers began to rain upon the door, the old gentleman rushed to open it. I slipped in front of him and stood with my back against it. " Please, please, listen a moment," I begged. " We aren't mad or thieves, indeed we aren't. It's all a mistake. I mean part of it was a joke, and the rest was trying to earn our living. Oh, do please listen." Considering that it must have seemed to him as though the world were upside down, or he had strayed into the middle of a comic opera, he pulled himself together wonderfully. For a second we stood looking into each other's eyes. Then, at the indignant bellow of the policeman from the other side of the door, I spoke again, desperately. " I give you my word of honour we've done nothing wrong," I said. " Please send everyone away and let me tell you about it. We all are, awfully sorry that we've upset you so." " Upon my word, I don't know why I should believe you," he replied, " but I do believe you all the same. Come this way." " The policeman," I suggested. " Hadn't you better say something to him? Once roused, policemen are difficult to soothe." " You are right," said the old gentleman. " Officer," he called, " send that rabble away, and come round to the front door. Now, young lady, perhaps you and your friends had better follow me." We all trailed into the house after him, and were shut into a room lined with books, to think over our sins while he parleyed with the policeman. Eventually, as I have learned since, the policeman accepted a drink and a little matter of a coin as a salve for his wounded dignity, and the elderly gentleman joined us in the study. " And now," said he, having dragged me, a respectable publisher of the age of my age, round the streets with a rabble of errand boys, to say nothing of bursting into my garden and making free with my gate, " perhaps you'll explain the meaning of it all. I'll hear the little lady of the pavement pictures first." So then I began. I told him how Peter and I were stranded with nothing to do, although Peter was beginning to sell his articles, and how it had occurred to us to combine in industries of the pavement. Also how I had thought I should attract less attention if I dressed suitably for the part, hence the rusty black shawl. Peter here threw in as a parenthesis that he had found his usual clothes did very well for a flower seller, just as they were. The old gentleman nodded at each point in my tale, then waved his hand towards Jo and Chloe. " And your friends?" he asked, " who after all were the cause of the whole trouble. Where do they come in?" His glance softened as it fell on Chloe, and well it might. The powder had shaken out of her hair, and her hair itself lay tumbled in a web of pale yellow on her shoulders. She had contrived, while the old gentleman was busy with the policeman, to turn down the prim black tucker of her gown so as to show her white, slim neck, the bejetted mantle she wore slipping off her shoulders like a fashionable scarf. The whole rapid adjustment was so characteristic of Chloe, and so eminently successful. Her absurd little bonnet and big spectacles were tucked away in her pocket, and she now looked up appealingly. " Oh, it was all my fault, Jo's and mine," she said artlessly, in the best little girl manner we knew so well. " You see, Miss Vivien Lovel, who's just been talking to you, wanted us to go with her and Mr. Whymperis to the market this morning, and when we said we didn't want to get up so early, she said we weren't sporting. So Jo and I decided we would be sporting in a way Viv hadn't meant. We dressed ourselves like this and set off to find her and Peter. We had a little difficulty because they weren't in the main road where we expected to find them. And we had such thrilling adventures. Once we had to take a taxi to get away from the crowd, and Jo bowed to the people as we drove along, like royalty. Jo now spoke for the first time. " My fault, really," she said in her gruff boy's voice, " and I'm paid out. I can't stretch my legs in this skirt." She laughed suddenly, her big, beautiful laugh that makes you wonder how you ever thought her plain, and the next moment an answering smile began to twitch on the face of the elderly gentleman. He tried to restrain it, but unavailingly, and the next moment he broke into a roar of laughter. At the relief of it we all began to laugh helplessly, and the more we laughed, the more we had to, till we ached with it, and the tears ran down. At last, still gasping, we wiped our faces and grew calmer, and our host rang the bell. " Some fruit and cake and things," he told the man who answered it, " and some hock and seltzer. I never eat more for lunch," he added, turning to us. " But I hope you'll join me. I ought to have been at my office long ago, but now it is so late it may as well be later. You seem to be the ringleader, Miss Viv, so you shall sit here by me. I want to talk to you about those drawings of yours." I drew up my chair, and we plunged into the subject of illustrating as an art. We were still at it when the lunch arrived, and afterwards, previous to summoning the cab which was the only method of getting us all home unobserved, he and I went out to inspect my stretch of pavement again. " You must give this sort of thing up, my dear," he told me, " and come into the legitimate profession of illustrating. I'm not going to promise anything, but I shouldn't wonder if I hadn't work for you to do." " Oh, you're an angel," I said. " But do you think you could possibly find something for Peter, too? You've no idea how brilliantly he writes, far, far better than I draw. Tell me about this Peter of yours. Any relation, eh?" " No, I only met him 6 months ago, on a cargo tramp. We were wrecked and lost all our worldly goods, so we became platonics. I'm great on platonics, and have always tried to get things to do together ever since." " In short, you love him like a brother," remarked my new friend. " No, it doesn't feel quite like that," I said, wrinkling my brows. " It's more as though he were my son. Don't laugh at me. Girls are always older than men, you know." " I wasn't laughing, my dear," he said. Then, " I'll see what I can do for your Peter. Send specimens of your work, yours and his, round to my office. Here's my card." And now for 2 cabs. You've made me so confoundedly late between you, I shall have to forego my usual exercise. Though when I think of that run, I'm not sure I haven't had enough to last me a week." He bade us farewell, and we insisted on his acceptance of all Peter's stock of flowers to decorate his office. And then Jo, Chloe, Peter and I drove off in state to the Hencoop. It was late that night, after much excited discussion of what the future might bring forth, that Peter went home to his attic. The chrysanthemum he had stuck in his buttonhole he gave to me, and I slept with it under my pillow as a mascot. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 27. Seals of Love, but sealed in vain. Next day a careful selection of his articles, and pen and inks and watercolours of mine, went off to Mr. Brennan, our publishing friend, and we anxiously awaited results. They were quick in coming. He sent for us, and this time clad as decently as our scanty wardrobes allowed. I, in a new pink silk shirt of Chloe's, we went to his office. He was very nice about my illustrations, but to my joy I saw at once that he really thought the world of Peter. The end of it all was that he commissioned us to go abroad and make a book on Provence, for a series of Beautiful Countries books he was issuing. I was to do pictures for it, and Peter to supply the letterpress. The mere statement sounds bald, but what a magic vista it opened up. We walked home to the Hencoop through the burnished glory of the autumn day, and as we went we discussed the book. Not only the geographical and historical interest of Provence should find place therein, but the old troubadour songs and those of Mistral, the old legends and superstitions, while above all did we hope to recapture the spirit of that time when King René and his court made Provence famous. "We'll call it King René's country," said Peter to me, as we entered the courtyard, which was a well for the clear pale sunlight, only the further side of it being hung with blue shadow. "I won't come up," he added. "I'm off to scour the second-hand bookshops for a copy of Aucassin and Nicolette in the original langue d'oil, and I'll teach myself Provençal, too, before I'm much older. I know enough to stumble through Mireille and Calendal. We'll read them together out there. Oh, Peter, Provence with you!" "It will be paradise," said Peter. "No, it won't. Do you remember Aucassin's repudiation of paradise? 'I do not wish to enter there.' How does he say it? 'There go the old cripple and the maimed man and the beggar. These go into paradise, and with them I have no part. But into hell I would go with the fair clerk and the fair knights who died in tourneys and rich wars. And there go the fair ladies who have 2 lovers or 3 beside their lords, and there go the gold and silver and the white fur and the grey.' I've always remembered that bit, Viv. Isn't it stunning? The white fur and the grey. And he goes on to say that the harpers and minstrels and the king of the world go there, and thither would he too go if he can only have Nicolette with him. Do you remember how he calls her 'sister, fair friend'?" "Are you insinuating," said I lightly, for there was something in Peter's tone that seemed to me more gilded than platonic, "that Provence not only isn't paradise, but is the other place?" "I'll tell what it's going to be for us," he replied. "Yes?" "Have you ever heard of a place called the Pays du Tendre?" asked Peter. The words caught at my imagination, and I stared out at the courtyard till it seemed to swell and diminish again in the brightness. The Pays du Tendre. Surely one could take that much. It did not mean a lover's country, or so I thought. Vaguely I realised that it must be the happiest thing in the world, that Pays du Tendre, which is partly actual environment, and partly a state of mind, happier than any time of actual engagement, far happier than a honeymoon. What I did not realise was that no one ever comes out of it with his soul his own, as when he entered there. "Viv, I'm off," broke in Peter. As a rule we hardly ever shook hands, a mere nod sufficing, but now he took both my hands and turned me towards him, saying, "Viv, would you mind?" I stared at him, though with the last of the sun full on my face I hardly saw him. I seemed to think a great many things at once. One was that Peter wanted to kiss me, and another ran something like this: "Perhaps I am in love with Peter, and will only know it if he kisses me. Perhaps I really should begin to feel things then." So I hesitated, and was aware of astonishment that I could even have come as far as hesitation. I, who had not only never let a man kiss me, but never felt anything but a passionate shrinking and dislike at the suggestion. But the sun was shining, the sky arched blue overhead, a little breeze blew softly past my neck. We were so young, it seemed such a natural, such a sensible thing to kiss. Then came the sound of an approaching footstep, and Peter said, "For heaven's sake, be quick, someone's coming to spoil it." And I somehow gasped, "Yes, but oh, I meant never to." "Never mind," he said, and then suddenly his arms were round me, though quite lightly. I was caught towards him, and he kissed my cheek. The blank disappointment of that moment! I had tilted my head back and shut my eyes as one had always imagined lovers did to get the full glory of a kiss, and I prepared to feel the world go round. I felt nothing at all, absolutely nothing. No sensation thrilled through me. I was only aware, the next moment, of an awful sensation of something shattered forever. Even with the kiss I tasted regret. With a quick muttered thanks, Peter rushed away out of the courtyard, and I fled into the uttermost recesses of the harness room, and wished I'd never been born. My one most cherished ideal was broken. I had been kissed, and nothing could ever give me virginity of cheek again. And under all that, more insistent still, was a little voice saying, "If only it had been worth it. If only it had been worth it." There was the sting. I had risked all for a hoped-for sensation, and had not achieved it. I stayed in the harness room and a tumult of miserable emotions for a while, and then made my way up the ladder to the studio, where I found Jo and Chloe doing their hair for tea. Jo told me long after that they guessed at once what had happened, for I had one pale cheek and one very pink. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 28. Abroad. I had thought that on my next meeting with Peter I should be shy and embarrassed, but as a matter of fact, he turned up when I wasn't expecting him, and I forgot all about it. Half an hour later I remembered, but it would have been absurd to have begun to feel shy then. There were a great many practical arrangements to engross our attention. Chloe and Jo had decided to take one more winter in Paris, and Chas was going with them to study at Collarossi's. If Jo had consulted her pocket, she would have let the studio, but then what would happen to the Changeling and Littlejohn? Peter and I could not afford to take them with us, and it was finally settled that Gladeyes was to live rent-free at the Hencoop and look after the two helpless ones, for whose board we were leaving behind as much money as we very well could just then. Edgar Murdock, who all this time had stayed on the first floor of the house where Peter lodged in the attic, seemed unable to settle to anything, though he talked perpetually of emigrating. When he heard of our plans, he announced he would stay on in London for the winter, so as to see us all on our return from France. Also, he added, he could keep an eye on the family at the Hencoop, as he did not consider Mrs. Grey should be left with no man to protect her if necessary. I'm afraid I could not help smiling a little as I recalled the timid femininity of manner which Gladeyes, quite unconsciously and by sheer instinct, always adopted with any male thing. But I was glad of the suggestion, for I feared the consequences for Edgar if he were left with no anchorage. Jo and Chloe, escorted by the manabout, who really was a quite unworldly person, left town about a week before Peter and I, having settled our family, set off on our travels. It was a blustering kind of day with a hint of wine-pale sunshine that had died by the time the train reached Newhaven, and we hurried across the quay and got on board. For our sins, the ship that day was a tiny French one, soon after taken off, to be knocked into scrap iron, or perhaps puffed gently up rivers, which was about all she was fit for. Outside the harbour a dark yellow sea raged, and the sky was roofed in with slate-grey clouds. My chiffon veil whipped the air viciously. We cast off, and l'Hirondelle shook her nose and plunged it into the rolling foam of the harbour bar. Peter and I were standing by the rail, and as she shook her whole length and reeled, I caught on to a steel rope and braced myself for the showers of spray that came sweeping over us like hail. A sailor shouted at us to go below, but I shook my head and yelled back in my best French that I preferred drowning on the deck to suffocating below it. He then assisted us to where a seat ran along the side of the after-deck house, on which a few miserable but staunch-hearted Britishers were huddled. Once we too were installed, some sailors proceeded to lash us all in with a rope, and there for the next 3 or 4 hours we sat, Peter and I growing hungrier and hungrier, and the other passengers sagging forwards, their pale chins hung over the guarding rope. It was a splendid sea. I have seldom seen a finer. A stormy yellow, the heaving miles of it were scarred and blotched with livid patches of paler yellow foam. The only other colour, once the pallid green-topped cliffs had slipped away, was the steely grey of the sky. At every lurch to port that the ship gave, we seemed to be wallowing down to a racing lather of foam, and our scuppers filled, only to send the water filming over the narrow strip of deck at us as the ship rolled to starboard. We sat there like a row of little canoots, the baffled water never quite reaching our feet, but sent swishing back into the scuppers again at the last moment. After 3 hours of this kind of work, the aspect of sky and sea underwent a change. the waves fell somewhat and assumed a normal grey-green, and though we still rolled almost to the limit, it seemed possible to try and attain food. Accordingly, Peter and I wriggled out from under the rope, and by a series of calculated dashes succeeded in making the head of the companionway, and once on the lower deck it was comparatively easy to reach the saloon. But at the top of the stairs leading down into it, I paused in dismay. True, there were inviting-looking white cloths on the table, but on the benches, rows of human forms lay out along them, prostrate and dumb, with closed eyes and pale green faces. "Heavens! The place is like a morgue!" I exclaimed. A few of the pale green lids were raised, and their owners cast a glare of concentrated dislike at me, which deepened as I called to the waiter to bring us something to eat outside. Then Peter and I staggered towards, and were suddenly violently thrown on to, a seat, and there we attacked the food the waiter brought us, which proved to our disgust to consist of biscuits dubbed Thin Oval Captain, and soda water. It was dusk by the time we made our very belated arrival at Dieppe, and we were hustled through the customs and into the expectant train. I felt a shock of emotion that was almost physical as I set my foot on French soil again. Not since Father and I had roamed the world together had I been out of England. Not for 3 weary years, and I felt the old romantic tingling in my blood. As the train puffed slowly through the streets of Dieppe, I saw the tall old houses with their shutters folded back on their flat white faces, or closed to admit the gleams of tantalising lamplight shining through the slats. I leant out of the carriage window, in spite of the "Dangereux de se pencher au dehors" notice which adorned the ledge in brass characters and 3 languages. In the streets some fishwives stood to gaze at us, their hands on their full hips. One, young and slim, wore pince nez that glimmered in the light from our carriage as we passed her, and looked oddly out of keeping with her white folded cap. So we creaked through Dieppe, and then, gathering speed, roared out into the dark, sleeping country beyond. I sat back in my seat, but Peter stood by the open window with his arms on the ledge and gazed out, little as there was to see, for the young moon was cloud-hidden. He breathed deeply of the keen air, and, like me, felt that it tasted gloriously French. Presently he turned and spoke above the rattle of the train. "This is the sort of country that looks sleeping," he said. "Do you know what I mean? As though it had turned over a little in its sleep, hunching its shoulder and drawing the coverlet up over it. Not like quite flat country. That's like a corpse laid out." He turned to the window again, and remained staring out till we came to Rouen, whose myriad lights, pricking through the blue of the night, looked like a giant swarm of fireflies settled over the slope. I think after that we both slept a little, only awaking when our train steamed into the Gare Lazare, some 2 or 3 hours late. I flung myself on Jo and Chloe, who were standing dejectedly on the damp, gloomy platform, gasping out, "Feed us, women, feed us! Nothing but a Thin Oval Captain stands between us and breakfast this morning." "What I need," opined Peter's voice in its deepest drawl, "is a square meal in a round stomach. Lead on." "Where are you staying?" I asked, as we all went rattling over the Paris cobbles in a taxi. "You might have deigned us a word since your departure." "We're in the old appartement in the Rue d'Assas. We'll go straight there now and dump the luggage, and then sally forth in search of something to eat. We too have a hunger." How the memories of gay student days thronged on me as we went skidding along the wet boulevards and then at length down the familiar dingy Rue d'Assas. In those old days Father and I had a little appartement in the Rue Leopold Robert, but Jo and Chloe and another girl, since married, had all clung together in the Rue d'Assas, and Father and I were round there most days to see them. Jo guessed whom I was thinking of and squeezed my hand, and just then, as the interior of the cab swam in a big tear, we drew up at the iron-studded door. The little guichet in it opened, and Madame Bignon herself, round, rubicund, and faithless as of yore, appeared at its dark mouth, with the pale triangular face of Anatole, who acted both as porter and chambermaid, peering over her shoulder. " V'là les enfants qui sont de retour," said Madame, pressing me to her black cloth chest. She was always prodigal of affection, as a set-off to the total lack of any attendance bestowed on us. We tramped in single file down the queer little underground passage, whose whitewashed walls always rubbed off on one's clothes, and whose roof, as one ascended the steps at the end, was liable to knock the unwary brow. And then we found ourselves once more in the familiar courtyard. It is an oblong yard, and all round it the house folds its window-pierced walls, so that only a narrow strip of sky is visible away at the top. The sun hardly ever penetrates to the yard, save for a few minutes when it is practically overhead, but the grey rain visits it, dancing up into the air again from the cobbles. Jo's and Chloe's rooms ran down one side of the house. They had no communicating doors and opened right out on to the yard, so that whatever the weather, one had to go out to pass from one room to the other. At the far end was the sitting room, and to this we all went now. It struck rather chilly in spite of the wood fire in the stove, for the floor was of uncarpeted stone. In front of the small paned window was a plain deal table. 2 or 3 chairs to match were squeezed round it, and the rest of the room was taken up by a camp bed. On the bed, busily washing paint-brushes, which he was swirling round on a cake of hollowed yellow soap, sat Chas. His head was bent over his task, and the lamplight fell on to his sleekly brushed hair. At the noise of our entrance he looked up, and rammed the brushes into an earthenware jar. The soap he allowed to bound like a triumphant flea over the floor, while he himself leapt to meet us. He was looking, as usual, very well groomed in a pale grey suit, with a silvery bow tie to match, a great contrast to Peter, who was wearing shocking old tweeds, and a felt hat like a kind of pointed pudding basin, very suggestive of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. " We've had this bed put up for Peter," said Jo. " You share my room. Chas lurks in great state up at the top of the house, where it's so light he always wakes first and comes and calls us, to whom no ray of anything brighter than a pale darkness ever penetrates. He makes awfully good coffee. Then he will have the pleasure of beholding my beautiful pyjamas," said I. The peach bloomers being a little shabby, Gladeyes actually made me a new pair of a refined lilac, with silken frogs. Chas declared he was thrilled to the bone at the prospect, and after a hasty wash we all set off to a restaurant. On our way we had to pass Collarossi's, and Jo paused and said something to Chas in an undertone of which I only caught the word " skeleton." He replied, " Not here. Madame at the Coq d'Or. Her grandpa." and we were going on again when Chloe exclaimed, "There's a croquis on tonight at Collarossi's, and it shouldn't be over yet. Let's run down and see. It'll be like old times for Viv." We began to clatter down the stairs, Peter and I last, when a sudden thought struck me. It was, of course, nothing for us painters to see a girl unclothed, but if Peter had never done so, it would be a terrific revelation of beauty for him. I remembered the first time as a child that I had ever worked from the nude. I was so overcome by the beauty of it that I couldn't draw. It seemed sacrilege to try and reproduce that harmony of supple lines and pearly tints in crude paint. And now, since Peter had kissed me, I knew I didn't want him to see any girl unless he saw me. I wanted to be the one to give him that shock of keen impersonal joy. I put my hand on his arm. "Don't come in, Peter. To please me. I'll explain after." "Of course not, if you'd rather I didn't," said Peter simply. He went out to the front door again, and I followed the others in. How the old days came sweeping back on me as I saw the model, a dark-haired, Egyptian-looking creature, lying elbow-propped and chin on hands, upon the semicircular green baize model throne that made the flesh tints seem so pink by contrast. There was not a face I knew among the crowd of students busy over their sketch-books, but Chas, who had already been studying there a few weeks, nodded to several of them. As we were going out again, I heard a mysterious interchange of words, this time between him and a fat German student. "And the skeleton?" said the latter. "The grandpa to Madame at the Coq d'Or." "We're going there now," replied Chas. "The skeleton? Grandpa? This is very intriguing," thought I to myself. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 29. A skeleton out of the cupboard. We found the Coq d'Or swept and tidied for the night, but a waiter laid a dingy cloth over a still dingier deal table, and soon we were feasting on steak and onions, followed by orange salad. At the end of the meal the waiter approached Chas and beckoned, saying in a portentous whisper, "Madame désire vous parler à cause de son bon papa, vous savez?" And Chas, apparently quite understanding, followed him out. When we all reassembled on the pavement, Chas was carrying a long, oddly irregular package, wrapped in an old black and red tablecloth. At sight of it, Jo exclaimed, "Good, you've got grandpapa," and proceeded to take hold of one end of the bundle. "We're gendarmes," whispered Chas in a thrilling kind of stage aside. "There's one coming. I hear his horny-handed tread." With mock horror, Chloe sprang in front of the roll of red tablecloth, which was now sagging limply between Jo and Chas, like the body of a dead man, and her action caught the attention of the passer-by, who was not, after all, a gendarme, but one of those lean, wiry, long-haired individuals who might be student or apache. He slouched forward with a swift, panther-like movement, and on the instant Jo and Chas quickened into a run, Peter, Chloe, and I acting as escort. There was no question of a race, for not only were two of us burdened, but were shrieking with laughter as well, and the newcomer circled round us for a moment, then broke into the best Montmartre lingo. As far as I could make out, he imagined we were trying to conceal some nefarious deed, and was expressing his willingness not to give us away if we let him go shares in the profits. Chas stopped and proceeded, apparently, to consider the proposition, then shook his head. The apache, like individual, grew excited, argued, threatened, and finally, announcing that he was going to tell the police, padded off to do so. Chas picked up the bundle, which this time he carried as though it were an overgrown baby, and we went on. We had only gone about 20 paces when we heard the returning feet of our friend, followed by those of a gendarme. We nipped round into a doorway, and Chas stood leaning forward with the bundle in front of him. As the footsteps reached the corner he tore the tablecloth off and thrust a dancing, clattering skeleton into the faces of our pursuers. I shall never forget the effect it had. The apache gave a yell and fled off through the night as though the skeleton were pursuing him. The gendarme jumped, cried out, and then swore long and picturesquely. It was an awkward moment, and I, who had once, over some lost property, been involved in the intricacies of a procès-verbal, had no wish to be haled off to the police station. As I seemed the only one of us to whom French came easily, I stepped into the breach. This was rendered all the more difficult for me by the fact that I knew nothing about the matter myself. Luckily, it did not need much intelligence to tell that, like all new students, Chas was in the throes of anatomy and had yearned after a skeleton from which to gain first-hand knowledge. Where the grandfather of the patron of the Coq d'Or came in I couldn't for the life of me see, and so I had to do my best from imagination. " That is my grandpapa," I explained to the gendarme. " Your grandpapa? But, name of a name, do people carry their grandpapas about the streets at night, in nothing but their bones? It is the only wear for the best grandpapas. Besides, you see, it is that we are artists and want to draw him. See his beautiful legs? Must he not have been a fine figure of a man? A peaceable citizen should not flaunt skeletons in other people's faces in the middle of the night," persisted the gendarme obstinately. " Ah, we have been of a stupidity," I admitted. " But what would you? We are English and new to Paris." "English? Ah, mad English!" exclaimed the gendarme as though that explained much. " Also," I added cunningly, " we did not know that you, monsieur, were with that son of a fool who has been annoying us. If my grandpapa has inconvenienced you, I assure you he would be the first to apologise, if he only could. As it is, he would be charmed if you would drink his soul's health." And a chink which was not that of dry bones sounded on the night air. "And va pour le bon papa," said the gendarme as he took his departure. When we were back home, bon papa and all, I took the others severely to task, pointing out how trying a night at the police station would have been to people who had such a protracted crossing as Peter and myself. Chas, who took all responsibility, was duly penitent, between his shrieks of mirth. " You see," he explained, " I've been wanting a good skeleton, and happened to say so at the Coq d'Or. Madame said they'd had a beauty there for years, and it was no good to them, in fact it languished in the cellar. She seemed vague as to how it got there, but it had been in the house for such ages, and it was always called her grandpapa. I think she'd quite a family feeling for it, but she sold it to me, and here it is." " Yes," I echoed, " here it is. Jo, I think I want to go to bed." " Come along, then. I am indeed ashamed of Chas, but you've no idea how nice he can be when he's good." After we were in bed and the light was out, Chas banged at our door on his way up to his attic. "What is it?" we yelled. only that I can't settle to sleep for excitement at thought of Viv's lilac pyjamas," he called back. It was a tight fit for Jo and myself in the musty walnut bed, but I should have slept soundly enough had it not been for thoughts of Bonpapa. I did not know whether it was that I was absurdly sensitive on the subject, but the fact remained that I couldn't bear to see a human skeleton flung about and treated as a joke. The skeleton was an excellent thing to teach one anatomy, but surely it ought to be treated with reverence even so. I had felt ashamed to say anything to the others, because I knew that nicer-minded people of finer and truer perceptions one could not wish to meet, and they seemed to feel no misgivings. It occurred to me that Peter had been very silent since the disrobing of Bonpapa, and I wondered if perhaps he shared my feelings. When I looked at a skeleton I could not help realising how it had formed the core of a living body of flesh and blood, and had been animated by a living soul, how it had lain down and risen up and walked the earth, and been shaken by passions, and it seemed to me that the reverence due to a dead body belonged to this most essential and enduring part of it. At last thoughts of Bonpapa and Chas and Jo and Peter all flowed together in my brain, and I slept. I was awakened by a sound of clanking metal, and opening my eyes, I peeped cautiously over the somnolent Jo. It was a cold, grey morning, and through the flimsy muslin curtains I could see the steady glimmering downpour of the rain. The door was open, and against it the form of Chas, clad in a Burberry and a deerstalker cap, showed dark. He was engaged in emptying the bath, which Jo and I had used the preceding night, and he did so by the simple expedient of tipping it over the step into the yard. He then picked it up and noiselessly withdrew with it. About half an hour later he reappeared, this time with coffee, which he had made himself, and crisp new rolls. These he dealt out to Jo and me as we sat up in bed to receive them, and himself sat on the foot and ate his own breakfast. "Did I not say," demanded Jo with justifiable pride, "that he had all the domestic virtues?" He certainly looked very nice as he sat there, his pleasant boyish face beaming with good nature and delight in his Josephine. He delighted also in my pyjamas, though, as I pointed out to him, the more exciting half was of necessity still hidden. He, Jo and Chloe all went off to Collarossi's, and Peter and I pottered round Paris, ending up with half an hour in front of the new Rodin. And it was as we went back to the Rue d'Assas that Peter broke in on the subject of Bonpapa. It gave me a thrill of intense pleasure somehow to realise that Peter and I had felt the same about it. His ideas were so often more rarefied than mine, just as his nature was less prosaic and practical, that I sometimes recognised sadly that there were flights of his on which I could not hope to follow. We found we were the first to arrive home, and we went up the stairs to the large room under the roof that Chas was using as a studio. There was no one there but Bonpapa, looming palely from a hook on which he had been hung, a lay figure crouched in a heap below him. For a moment he stood at gaze, then Peter caught my arm. "The rugs, Viv," he ejaculated. "What rugs? What do you mean?" "Why, we're going by the Rapide to-night. We'll take Bonpapa with us. We'll roll him up in our rugs and take him to Provence and give him decent burial on a clean, windy mountainside. The rape of the skeleton, eh, Viv?" He unhooked Bonpapa as he spoke. "But, Peter, isn't it dishonest? It doesn't belong to us, but to Chas." " Belong !" snorted Peter. " How can one human being belong to another? I thought you understood he was a human being. He belongs to himself, and he has a right to 6 feet of good country earth, and he shall have it. We'll pray for his soul over it." We rolled Bonpapa up in 2 coats and a rug and strapped him round, and when we had finished Jo and Chloe came trooping in to take us out to dinner before seeing us off. Chas hoped to get to the station, but wanted to put in half an hour or so at work. Hoping it was not Bonpapa whom he wished to work at, we gathered that personage up, grasped our bags, and all set off for a restaurant. At the Gare de Lyon there was no sign of Chas, and Jo and Chloe bought us papers, and installed us in a carriage with 3 fat Frenchmen and 1 thin French woman. Peter put Bonpapa on the rack. " Oh, you will want your rug," said Jo. " I think not," said Peter, and at the thought of unrolling Bonpapa before those comfortable looking members of the bourgeoisie, I could not resist a gurgle of laughter. Just as the train was beginning to pull itself together, preparatory to departure, Chas rushed up the platform. His hair was not so well brushed as usual, and his tie was disorganised. " There you are, just in time to say good-bye to them," cried Jo. Chas only shrieked, " Grandpapa! Grandpapa!" as he panted alongside the moving carriage. " What about him? " we shrieked back hypocritically. " He's gone, all by himself. Madame Bignon swears she hasn't touched him, and he's clean gone." " And so are we, thank goodness," murmured Peter as he sank back on the seat. All night long the train ran on through inundated country, where the floods lay almost level with the rails, and the roofs of little houses peeped through it like strange fungi that had sprung up at a touch. All night long the water chuckled in the foot warmers, and over the faces of the sleeping Frenchmen opposite, the shadow of the swinging lamp tassel passed back and forth like a ghostly pendulum. And all night I alternately slept and woke with my head on Peter's shoulder, with his thin, strong arm round me, while Bonpapa lay rug-hidden in the rack. Next day we alighted at an insignificant little station between Antibes and Nice, and leaving our luggage to follow by diligence, we shouldered Bonpapa and a modest bag, and started on foot to go up to our destination, a little walled town high in the mountains. Seeing a promising young path, we branched off among the olive terraces, and at last found a stretch of wilder hillside, where, in the sun, we buried Bonpapa beneath some myrtle bushes dislodged for the purpose, and then planted again. We piled small limestone crags round their roots and made a cross of them at his head, then said a prayer for his soul. But we never told Chas or Jo or Chloe how it was that he had taken to himself wings and deserted the attic in the Rue d'Assas. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson, Jesse. Chapter 30. I get me to a nunnery. On looking back at the time we spent in the Alpes-Maritimes, it seems to fall into as definite an atmosphere as though it were enclosed in a magic bubble. It is even distinct from the rest of the Provençal period, which we spent wandering through the sunny, faintly coloured land that stretches from Marseille to Avignon, though that too was wonderful. But everyone is either mountain lover or plain lover, and Peter and I discovered we were both of the former. In this magic bubble, until memory peers into it in detail, a few impressions stand out more vividly than others, or rather, are nearer to the surface. Queer little impressions, some of them, yet all things trivial in themselves that went to make up life that winter. The smell of the smouldering fir cones that came from the glossy green-tiled stove in the dining room, the more pricking odour that blew in gusts on to me in my bedroom when my wood fire was lighted of an evening. And here I may mention, in passing, that wood fires have held no charm for me since. Turn your back for a moment and they go out, leaving you to wrestle with inadequate bellows and the fir cones, which are the only things the nuns grudge, as though they were heart's blood. A wood fire is very pleasant at its best, but it's one woman's work to keep it up to the mark. The sight of the nuns out in the long walled garden with wide black straw hats put on over their flowing veils, so that they looked oddly like ebon cardinals. The glimpse I once had of Sœur Isabelle coming towards me down the path, the sun behind her, so that her face framed in its white gimp, and her long slim neck, where the linen was closely swathed, showed darker than her black veil, the fall of which from crown to shoulders on either side was rendered transparent by the sunlight, a thin, vibrant half-tone between the solid shadow made by her graceful head and neck and the brilliant lightness of the sun-bathed garden. I never saw anything that was at once so lovely and so paintable. The lovely things are often untranslatable in paint. The flickering of the dusty brown lizards over the paths, the glitter of the olive foliage as it caught wind and sun, the feel of the loose stones on the wilder mountain-sides, slipping and crunching under one's feet, and the two curiously distinct effects of the Alpes Maritimes, the effect of little medieval towns with dim brown roofs fluted by rain-stained purple, with shutter-winged windows and towers and turrets pricked against the sky, and the effect, almost as fascinating in its way, of the little modern villas set in their prim gardens of cacti and mimosa, their whitewashed walls decorated with a frieze of painted flowers, and their gaudy doorways flanked by enormous dragons in turquoise china. These are the things, with an impression of sunshine over all, which go to make up the memory of that time in the mountains. There was a bad spell, of course, when for one dreadful week the snow lay even in the valleys, and all day long the frozen sleet beat past the window, whilst I nearly congealed in my little north room, with its stone floor, for I could only afford to light my fire at night. During the day I sat wrapped up in my coat and the eiderdown, my feet on a chaufferette, and my blue fingers guiding a quivering brush, as I sheicked illustrations from the sketches done in sunnier moments. Yet I have to gaze very deep into my bubble to find that week. It has no place in the prevailing atmosphere. From my window I saw the old walled garden, where the convent linen swayed back and forth from the fruit trees, through a sidling checker-work of shadow and rounds of sun, and on clear days I could catch a gleam of sea, miles away and below, beyond the descending ranges. Peter lurked at a grubby little inn called the Café de l'Univers et de Portugal. Why Portugal was thus dragged in by the heels I never could imagine, and he looked across the market square through the pencilled silver of the naked plane-tree boughs to where the mountains rose beyond the roofs, fold on fold and peak on peak, till their tawny rock and scrub of myrtle gave way to bleaker heights still, while highest and furthest of all gleamed the snow peaks. Yes, it was a wonderful little town, but even there life was not entirely lyrical. Humour is never the highest poetry, though it is the salt of life, and of humour I think a convent produces its fair share. The nuns themselves were charming. They were simple-minded without that aggressive cheeriness and readiness to be bright at trifles which one finds in an English convent. They were childlike, but not in the least childish. The boarders, however, were of a different breed. Like myself, they were unattached spinsters with slender purses, and they consisted of a couple of Americans, 3 French, and besides myself, 2 English women. We all had a deadly likeness to each other. I used to feel the sameness growing more and more pervading, and it took long tramps over the mountains with sound sleeps among the friendly myrtle bushes to keep me at all free of it. There is a type of woman, not of any one nationality, who flocks with those of her own feather, both by instinct and circumstances, the type of the elderly spinster. And here, let me hasten to say, that I do not necessarily mean by this an unmarried woman. The true elderly spinster is born so. She can be of either sex, and married or single. It is a cast of mind, and to it nearly all of us boarders conformed. In all the more frequented of the hill towns that lie behind the fashionable seaboard, there is a convent pension where the wandering woman rests for a while at as few francs a day as possible, for she is seldom well off, generally possessing that incompetency spoken of by her male relatives as quite a nice income for a woman. Of the English women, one alone did not fall into this type, and she was charming, the kind of Englishwoman who has iron grey hair, humorous eyes, and an appreciation of beauty that makes her travel in discomfort sooner than not at all. She lent me a rubber bath, but that is another story. Next to her, at the head of the table, sat the other specimen of our race, a gaunt, spectacled female with oily hair and a dark stuff dress with a tucker in the unyielding collar of it. She had a genius for crushing all conversation by remarking simply and heavily, "You cannot possibly mean what you say," a thing she invariably said to me, whom she detested. A gloomy soul, she never admired anything, and on those wonderful days of southern spring, when the clear pale sky seems literally to sparkle with light, she would murmur, "It's not what I call blue. I expected the sky to be Reckitt's blue. It ought to be Reckitt's blue." And she called it Ricketts at that. Conversation with her was apt to take the form of an Ollendorff exercise, do what one would. "You have a room due south, haven't you?" I would venture. "Yes, but the stove burns badly, so I am never warm." "But you haven't caught cold, have you?" "No, I have not caught a cold, but I have the rheumatism." On the left, opposite the nice Englishwoman and next to me, sat one of the French ladies. She was dowdy with that triumphant dowdiness it takes a Frenchwoman to attain. She had an egg-shaped bust, and arranged her sleekly watered hair over her forehead in what is, I believe, known as a Piccadilly dip. She was chiefly remarkable for having a nephew, a bullet-headed young soldier, with pale hair so closely shorn that the pink of his skull showed through. Sometimes this youth was allowed to come and lunch, but though there was an empty seat at table, he was not allowed to grace it. No, he was put at a little side table with his back to us, and ate his déjeuner in solitary state, while we could only gaze in regretful admiration at his blue coat and his beautiful red trousers. Apart from her nephew, no particular interest attached to this lady. She was above everything, in that room of lone, lorn females, an aunt. On my other side, for my sins, sat one of the Americans. The other American was as charming as the nice Englishwoman, alarmingly cultured, it is true, with a little notebook in which she put down anything that struck her, but with the ease and polish and true kindliness that the best Americans have, perhaps more strongly than the members of any other nation. But alas, she who sat next me was not of that kind, and she added to a habit of sucking her false teeth till they clicked, another habit which she called saving up for the next course. This consisted of piling up remnants of the last dish upon her bread, and then transferring them in a congealed state to her next plate, no matter what it contained. "I can make most anything go together," she would say placidly, spreading cold fried carrots on her cheese. And when I rashly suggested she should try wine over the lot, she tipped her red vin ordinaire on to the plate, and consumed the concoction with relish. I think we all felt the limit had come when she saved mayonnaise sauce on her bread in limp creamy festoons, and finally, with an anticipatory click of her ghoulish teeth, transferred it to a baked apple. The two remaining Frenchwomen were old darlings, though they took some knowing, but having once admitted me to their hearts, they spoiled me thoroughly. However, they did not unbend all at once, and Christmas was an ordeal over which I still laugh. On the eve I was late for dinner, having stopped on my way back from a tramp in the mountains at the florist's shop. There, in the damp coolness of it, with the girls busily packing at the long tables, and the air filled with the bitter-sweet smell of newly cut rose stems, I bought 7 bunches of violets and an armful of the tightly furled little red rosebuds that look more like bundles of radishes than anything else, until they open into velvety sweetness. The roses were for the nuns to put in the chapel, but the violets I destined for my fellow boarders. Being late, I leapt straight into the dining room as I was, with snow on my hat and coat, and my face tingling from my walk, the violets heaped in my arms. In the midst of a ghastly silence I began to go round the table, laying an offering by each plate. I deposited the first bunch with an appropriate little speech by the lady of the Piccadilly dip, who was too overcome by surprise, or some other emotion, to utter a word, and her example must have been infectious. The flowers were received in silence, save for an inarticulate gurgle of hysteria from my nice Englishwoman, whose eye I dared not catch. That table seemed miles long, and I worked down one side of it in stony embarrassment. But by the time I had progressed up the other and arrived at the spectacled one, I was quite enjoying it, and she nearly choked with spleen at having to accept anything from so frivolous a person as myself. And at last, when somewhat flushed but considerably less agonized than the rest of the company, I sank back in my own seat, I realised I wouldn't have missed the affair for anything. By Twelfth Night we all knew each other better, and with the exception of the spectacled one and she of the movable teeth, kept up an animated chatter at meal-times. Yet somehow, on that day, the depression of the thing, of these drifting women, their aimless lives and futility, caught at me and would not let go. The déjeuner began gaily, because it was a feast day, and that meant coffee, and besides that there was the excitement of the Gâteau des Trois Rois. We were all worked up over this because each of us hoped to find in her slice one of the little china figures. Why it is called the Cake of the Three Kings I don't know, except of course to celebrate the Epiphany, for the little figures consist of a tiny bearded man, a woman with flowing hair, and a baby. One of my two dear old French ladies, the one who was fabulously ancient, had a bristling white beard and a bosom on which the large jet buttons lay like plates on a shelf, nearly swallowed the baby. She retrieved it by a method admirably simple and direct, and made a little throne for it in her bread. The baby was quite naked, and welded as one soul with a bright green tree trunk. The King and Queen fell to the Americans, one of whom at once remarked that she must make a note in her journal of such a curious custom, while the other opined it was a pity the figures weren't made of sugar. And then, why I don't know, the futility and horror of the whole crowd of us bore down on me. "You do not eat, you cannot be well, Mees Vive," cried one of the old French ladies. "You must come to my room after déjeuner, and I will give you a tonic and some biscuits." "One would say you were her mother, the way you fuss over her," grumbled the fabulously old lady. "So I am her mother," declared the first dauntlessly. "No more than am I," snapped the aged one. "You are both my mothers, and I adore you," said I hastily. But I could not escape the tonic, which took the form of a secret bottle of Benedictine from a cupboard. And not to be behindhand, the very old lady called me into her room, and insisted on pouring a lot of quinine hair restorer on to the top of my head. "That will make you feel better," she cooed, stirring it round on my crown with a fat white finger. In her cupboard, too, was a secret store of eatables, and I had to refuse a strange assortment of them, ranging from licorice drops to potted meat. I began to see that these stores made part of the life of a lone woman, that when unhappy or bored she held a private orgy of sweet biscuits and throat pastilles, and this was the crowning touch to my depression. I fled to my own room, where a tiny square of sun made a glowing patch on the red-tiled floor. Outside the sky showed a clear, vibrant blue, and a young soft wind met my heated cheeks. A knock at the door, and the little shiny-faced, bright-eyed lay-sister who waited on us peeped in to inform me that Monsieur mon ami had arrived to take me out. I crammed on the jaunty little leather hat that was the admiration of the nuns, cast my painting things into my rucksack, and in another moment was through the house, where the smell of dinner still held the air, and in the sweet-scented out-of-doors with Peter. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 31. Mostly on food and money. We were bound for some ruins that crested one of the mountain crags far up behind the town, the ruins of a Templar's fortress, where the knights used to wage war upon the pirates who came up from the seaboard. Peter slung my painting things over his shoulder, and we set off up the winding mountain road, leaving our little ringed city below, passing the gay, modern, painted villas set back among semi-tropical foliage. Then higher up, past occasional little typical Provençal farmhouses, washed a faded ochre, with a dusty brown fluted roof, and narrow piercings for windows, sometimes with a naked vine sprawling like a net over the poles that made a kind of airy loggia in front. the pattern of it exactly repeated in shadow over the hard-stamped earth. Beneath the loggia there was always a yellow-eyed black-and-white dog that barked itself sideways as we passed. Still higher we went, till mile upon mile of mountain ranges lay below us, sloping away to the line of blue, soft as a bird's wing, which told of the distant Mediterranean. Leaving the road, we climbed up the slippery turf, clutching at bare young thorn and almond trees, till we reached the Templars. The ruined walls were mostly only a couple of feet in height, so that they made a kind of ground plan of what the fortress must have been. Only here and there, as on a jutting crag several feet below us, the shell of a turret stood up against the sky, the old stonework of it a light golden buff in the sunshine. Having unpacked my painting things, Peter ensconced himself in one of the little rooms where the grass made a close-fitting carpet, his writing-pad on his knee, and for a couple of hours we worked in silence. There is nothing like sweat. By the end of the first half-hour the excitement of work was thrilling me to the exclusion of that terrible convent atmosphere, and by the time the sun had moved so far that it was no longer possible to pursue my effect, I felt enough at peace to pour out the whole affair to Peter. "The oppression of it's been growing on me, of course," I ended. "To-day at déjeuner it somehow came to a head, but each night's been pretty bad. The dining room's badly lit, and that green stove is chillsome, and under everyone's plate lies a pool of shadow. And we're all en masse, so footling, and to-day it all seemed awful, when I looked round at us. And I thought if any of us died tomorrow, we might just as well not have lived. If any one of these hide-bound, prim, good, rather catty souls would only produce an infant that she didn't ought to have had, I should say all the rest of us ought to go down on our knees to her. At least she'd have had courage. Oh, 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 the greyness of it!" "Have an apple," advised Peter, burrowing in his pocket. "Don't talk to me of food. Those cupboards were the last straw, the finishing touch. All that secret food, it seemed positively obscene. Well, it does smell rather good. If you'll have it with me." I enjoyed the juicy scrunch with which my teeth sank into my half of the apple. "It's no good," I said. "I never shall be able to refuse food. That's the penalty you pay for ever not having had enough of it." "I know," replied Peter. "It alters your whole point of view. If you've ever been starving—" "I never have, but for a long stretch together I've not had enough to eat. The mental effect is the same. It's such a tremendous indictment of civilization, such an upsetting and readjusting the standards. One never, no matter how wealthy one may become, can look at food in the same way again. It has become sacred. Some day I'm going to write a paper called 'On Common Food as a Sacrament.' I've learned a lot of out-of-the-way things about it. One is that its filling capacity comes before nourishment. If you're really hungry, you'll stuff on biscuits sooner than eat concentrated meat tablets. Yes, and the funny thing is that no matter if you know your tomorrow's dinner is absolutely assured to you, you still can't do away with the insistent little feeling, I must eat all I can in case I don't get any more, and so one lives in a state of overeating. Whenever I get the chance, I eat till I get that bulgy, stiff feeling. One never trusts food, so to speak, when once one has learnt not to." Trust is just what we want over money, too," declared Peter, sitting upright in excitement and sending his apple core hurtling over the abyss at our feet. "The way people look at money is so immoral." "Very few things are immoral, just as very few things are moral, because most things are beautiful, and then such a question doesn't enter in. But you can treat money in a most immoral way, I'm sure of it." I listened in respectful silence because I had known for some time now that Peter had inherited a fixed income with which he declined to have anything to do. When he had first told me, I thought it must be because the money came from pâté de foie gras or sweated industries, but I found it was that he considered the whole idea of a settled, unearned income immoral. "It's the strongest line of demarcation in the world," he now said, "that between the people who earn their whole income, however large, and those who have a certain income, no matter how small, to fall back on. It's a far stronger line than that between upper and lower classes, or between rich and poor, or even educated and uneducated, because it means the difference of the whole point of view. The one class cultivates the spirit of the Sermon on the Mount, the second is agreeably conscious that it has no need to." "But," I objected, "people who have nothing but their own exertions to look forward to don't think about it like that at all. They insure and save up and invest, and the thought of the future is a nightmare to them." "Oh, that's just the pity of it. They are the heirs of all the ages if they only knew. Once you can realise it and not worry any more, you are the only perfectly free creature. A man with money can't be free, that stands to reason, and I don't see how one can justify making investments." "One can't, except that as other people are doing it, one must do it too. If only everyone worked hard just the same, but no one invested, but gave the money round as they went on, no one would ever starve or need workhouses. I suppose it's one of those things that can't be done because it would need everybody. And yet it would be an absolutely practical solution if they only would. You could live on the fat of the land and yet save your soul alive," replied Peter. "I wonder if most people wouldn't think it rather absurd to say salvation lies in having no assured income," I mused. "Absurd? Of course it is absurd. All counsels of perfection are absurd. The Sermon on the Mount's absurd. That's why it's divine. 'Be ye perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect.' That's not only absurd, but impossible, and he knew it when he said it. In its impossibility, in its divine absurdity, it's the utterance of a god to men who should be gods. It doesn't matter a bit that they can't, as long as they want to be." "But they never will be, you know," I objected. "No one, except a few isolated religious here and there, will ever act literally upon the Sermon on the Mount. And even religious don't, because they build convents and monasteries." "Perhaps no one ever will. Perhaps it's even certain that the whole world never will, but that's no reason for denying the perfection of it. And, of course, economically and actually, it would revolutionise the world. There's no denying that. Oh, what I'll write some day! For it's wonderful what a good ink necessity is, to put it on the lowest grounds. But you see, I want to make the other people who only earn from day to day realise there's nothing to worry about. Of course no one would worry for themselves. It's only for their wives and children they worry. And they needn't. When we're all pulling together, no one will be allowed to starve." and if you're a Christian at all, you are bound to admit, not only the beauty, but the inevitable rightness of it." A fresh breeze sighed past my ear, and I stretched my arms wide, wide, to breathe it in, and as my muscles relaxed again I felt myself fit into the curves of the earth, and felt it bear me up. It was a good feeling, and good, too, was the sight of the slim young oak saplings growing among the ruins, the coppery last year's leaves still on their twigs, seeming in the sunlight to burn against the blue of the sky. All these things were gifts to us, and worth the whole length of the glaring Riviera at the horizon. "There's so much," I exclaimed, elliptically, "and one is so free and at large in it. Don't you feel much freer without your money, Peter?" "Don't I? It's like having wings." "You remember when I first met you, Peter, that evening on the Chough?" "Rather. You gave me a pasty. Food again, you see. Well, the afternoon before, when I watched the Chough coming in, I had only one heartfelt wish in the world, and that was for 100 a year, settled and immutable, of my own. And now I have grown to be glad I haven't. It does make one trust less, having money, because there's less need to trust." We lay for a while longer, till the valleys filled with dusk and the mountain peaks stood up into the fiery glamour that holds the southern world for a few enchanted minutes before the cold steel blue of night. And when the glow that filled the air and refracted from leaf and stone and the blown hair about our eyes fell suddenly into that chill blueness, we shouldered our traps and set off down the mountain, swinging home along the winding road that glimmered palely at us through the deepening dusk, the sweet breath of violets and stocks mingling with the faint smell of dust as we went. Peter filled my pockets with pines he had collected for my fire, and I went into my convent with the whole golden afternoon in my mind. There had been a treat prepared for me in my absence, and when I learned what it was, I fell on la chère mère's nicely starched gimp in my joy. It appeared that my supposed indisposition had been confided to the nuns by my mothers, and they had all consulted as to what would give me most pleasure. As with one voice they had all exclaimed, "The bath!" This matter of a bath is no simple thing at a convent, and I had wrestled with more difficulties than the other boarders, because the majority seemed to regard a bath as a perilous undertaking before which one should make one's will and bid farewell to one's relations. I had nearly caught my young death by leaping through the garden every morning, clad in a yellow silk kimono all over dragons, which I consider was a liberal education for the gardener, to take a cold plunge in the outdoor salle de bain. For the evenings my nice Englishwoman had charitably lent me her rubber bath, a limp, boneless thing that was quite apt to collapse suddenly and allow one's hard-earned hot water to escape in 3 different directions at once. Yet what a boon it was, if only to see the maid wrestling with it of a morning. "You fold it up like a cocked hat," I would inform her, peering over the bedclothes, "and let the water escape at one corner." But the unfortunate Lisette was always worsted, the bath doubling up and opening out and dimpling in wherever her hands were not, and the water flowing profusely over the floor, while Lisette never failed to keep up a little litany of "Mon Dieu, quelle misère, quelle misère! Oh, mon Dieu, quelle misère!" Then, at the New Year, the construction of the outdoor salle de bain was brought to a triumphant conclusion amid the awed admiration of nuns and boarders. It only remained to find someone willing to risk her life in it. Like St. Lawrence and his gridiron, the thing was apparently heated from below in a manner that threatened to boil the intrepid bather alive. Eventually, la chère mère, in tones befitting the leader of a forlorn hope, announced that she herself would try it, which she did with much aplomb, and the bathing season was thus formally declared open. But alas, it cost 2 francs 50 a time to dally with this bath, and hence it was not for me. Now I found it all heated and ready. I was to have it as a treat, absolutely for nothing. I rushed into that salle de bain, sponge in hand, to find the little lay sister arranging a large sheet-like garment ready for my occupation of it in the bath, a garment that wraps you round like a wet shroud and prevents you using any soap, whilst fulfilling its office of hiding from the Almighty the indecent spectacle He has created. She stood with it in her hands, gazing at me for a moment. Then her shiny cheeks rounded themselves in a smile. "You will, perhaps, not use this?" she queried. "The English, I believe, do not care about it." "You have guessed it in one," I informed her. But as I lay, water-clad only, in the imposing copper bath, I felt I loved the whole world. The nuns, of course, but even, more or less, though less rather than more, the lady who wanted the sky to be rickets blue. Such is the effect of unexpected luxury after a day of high thinking. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 32. I begin to understand. The beginning of February found us bidding farewell to the Alpes Maritimes, to the Café de l'Univers et de Portugal, and the Villa Lamartine. Not that we had stayed in those abodes for the whole of our time, for being unable to afford motors, we had had to tramp on foot to the remoter wonder towns, and then, still without scandalizing those nice-minded nuns, il fallut que je découchasse. Peter was by no means making an ordinary travel book of In King René's country, and I fear the conscientious tourist might have found great gaps in the information contained therein. But on the other hand, he gleaned the nicest things from heaven knows where. To those who possess the well-regulated mind of the tourist, it may be of interest to know that the Château de Queyre at Tourette belonged successively to Massena and Maréchal Riel, that Vence had been the stronghold both of knights and pirates, and has given a bishop to the See of Rome. But for the casual wanderer, of no fixed bourne, the vagrant of a light heart and purse, it is a far more illuminating truth that he should shun all people whose eyebrows meet in a thick bar, because they are of the blood of the loup-garou. From the purely material point of view, Saint-Genès is famous for its grapes, and along the roadside hang the serried bunches swaddled in paper bags and looking curiously like rows of plucked pigeons. But to the eye of memory, Saint-Genès is the little town of a medieval manuscript in concrete form. The fortifications of St. Paul are considered by architects to be even more perfect than those of Carcassonne or Nuremberg, but better than the actual technical knowledge, though that too is good, for technique understood is one of the deepest of pleasures, is the expectation of meeting at each turn those long-legged, hose-clad boys and steel-breasted men-at-arms, which old illuminations show as manning just such walls as these. Peter had a theory that Tourette, Saint-Genet, Carreau, Gatier, the magic of the names of them, was each a fairy city, fallen on bad days, it is true, but holding its breath, so to speak, in a husk of dirt and ashes till it can discover itself to a world grown simple-minded once again. And it is true that even now the boys who whistle their careless way round corners and down the slopes are of another age, brown-necked and bold-eyed, with the definitely modelled cheekbones, small chins and pointed teeth that suggest the faun. Peter, the faun-like, was indeed in his element here, and sometimes I had queer little moments when I felt almost jealous of the country's comprehension of him. The night before my last at the convent, Peter and I spent at a little inn in a town overhanging the Var. We rose early and went out into the dawning. Strong and stout, the sweeping ramparts of this town reared up from the projecting crags, and past them raged the relentless wind that blows down the Var as down a tunnel. We clung to the battlements for a minute, staring down through the glimmering dawnlight at the bed of the river, where only a few streamlets, with here and there an agitated patch of shallower water tortured by wind and currents, patterned the grey of the pebbly bed with brightness. The snows had not yet melted. When they did, the Var would rush full and blue along her beautiful winding course. Peter, holding his pudding-basin hat down over his ears like a poke-bonnet, led the way to the more sheltered mountain-side, and we scrambled up it, climbing from terrace to terrace, where the twisted olives paled and whispered, and when these gave place to a wilder slope covered with myrtle, we sat ourselves down. "Listen," said Peter suddenly, holding up his hand. "The pipes of a satyr. D'you hear them? Thin and faint at first, then rounder and fuller, came a plaintive little air, accompanied by a sound as of a heavy rainfall. I knew that noise well, having often heard it behind the convent wall. It was the noise made by the hoofs of many sheep pattering along the road. Peter and I pushed through the bushes till we came to where they leaned over a steep curve of road, and there we saw pouring down it a flock of the deep golden-brown sheep of the country, mere dark shadows at that colourless hour, and followed by the piping satyr. "As you see," observed Peter, "he has hidden his cloven hoofs in heavy shoes and tucked his tail neatly away in a blue blouse, but that's only part of the great conspiracy. That's the fun of this country. It's keeping a secret, biding its time. It doesn't matter how reverent and receptive you are, you can only see the surface of things here, and if you're intuitive enough, make a guess at the rest. Those people, these dark, sleek-haired women and bright-eyed boys, and these burnt-out old men, they've got a heritage of romance that amounts to an added soul. They may know it themselves, and be laughing in their sleeves, or they may think they've forgotten. It doesn't matter. The great thing is that a wonderful spiritual fairy something is here." "There's an old legend in Cornwall," said I, "which tells of some magic eye salve, which, if you can only get hold of it, enables you to see the spirit cities. You see delicate palaces, booths piled with jewels, knights and ladies in lovely attire, but if you're discovered, one of the little people touches your eye, and you see nothing but wilted thorns and leaves that eddy on the moor." "Oh, for that eye salve," said Peter. What mightn't we see here, Viv? Just think, perhaps all these fields of violets and stocks and those tangles of roses may be the fairy folk of Provence in disguise. Old Andrew Marvell would have thought so anyway, and thought them the better for the change. Doesn't he say something to that effect? Apollo haunted Daphne so, only that she might laurel grow, and Pan did after Syrinx speed, not as a nymph, but for a reed, I quoted, sticking a sprig of myrtle in my buttonhole. Just so. Viv, do you realise that tomorrow we once more move on, that we leave the Alpes Maritimes, twitch our Harris tweed mantles, and set off for pastures new? I do. Let us sit down again and desecrate the dawn with a cigarette. It is our form of incense, none the worse for being modern. Shall you be sorry to leave? Of course, for some things, I replied, but I'm so looking forward to tramping up to Avignon. Oh, think of it, Peter, with Mistral in our knapsacks for perusal of an evening, and Henri Fabre in our hands to refer to 1,000 times as we go. Do you think we shall hap on a banded Epeira or trace the titmouse to its haunts? Perhaps. I'm not sorry to be going because I'm so glad to have had all this, and what one has once had one has for always. Besides, I should itch if I stayed in one place. If Providence, like some titanic and ghostly policeman, didn't always move me on, I replied, I should never have budged. I'm one of those who always prefer the ills I have to flying to good I know not of. Not that there've been any ills here. Tonight the nuns are providing coffee in my honour, although it's a jour maigre, which means we shall dine off a boiled egg and a couple of ice wafers with H&P imprinted on their fair young faces. Such a feeling of homesickness that gave me when I first saw it. Don't talk, said Peter. Look. We were sitting, our legs dangling, at the edge of an overhanging spur of cliff. At our backs rose a wood of larches and young oaks. Far below us the Var's mazy interthreadings were growing ever brighter. At a distant curve one of those magnificent viaducts, only the French build, showed like a flung cobweb through a faint haze of mist. As we watched, the grey and silver of the Var and its bed, the soft blue of the woody shadows on the further side, and the very air itself became suffused with the merest breath of a more vital hue. The whole of the grey-blue world, that here and there had a steely glimmer as though under water, began to flush at the approach of day. I could have wrung my hands in my desire to stop that growing rose colour which would soon turn to gold and flood everything. For though I'd been talking of this and that to Peter, the half-light which had seemed to call into being a half-world was the most glamorous, enchanted, all to oneself and one other thing ever created. I sprang to my feet and ran off through the wood. The wood still held the steel blueness in incredible strength, a colour as chill and piercing as a sword blade. The distances between the slim tree trunks were opaque with it. The larches, which from their thousands of fine, downward-hanging filaments always gave an effect of mist, seemed like ghost trees, and from a dark blur of undergrowth I disturbed an owl that sailed out and away noiselessly on its down-edged wings. The exquisite quietness of that dawn-filled wood I ran on and suddenly came, through a thinner growth of trees, to where a hollow cupped a big and dimly bright still pool. I was standing gazing down at it when Peter caught up with me, and slipping a friendly arm round my shoulders, stood quietly also. I have heard that long staring at any bright object acts hypnotically on the brain, and all I can say is if it is always as productive of clearness of vision as my gazing at the pool that morning, it is a thing we should all indulge in occasionally. For the first time I felt Peter. It was not only that I realized suddenly that Peter was indispensable to me, that no one else could ever fill such a big place in my life. It was not even that I felt for him and with him more acutely than ever before. I was so fused with him as, actually to be him himself. For one dizzying moment, mental vision triumphed over physical, as, in the effort to be in his mind, I imagined the pool, the grey lava slopes beyond, and a drooping curve of young sapling, with the slight difference they would all take on from his point of view. He would see more of that cluster of purplish fungi to the far side of the sapling than I. It was intimacy in its keenest, and though the intensity of it could not last, and indeed at that moment began to drop into a quiet content, yet, as Peter had said, what one has once had, one had for always. It was much the same as the flight of a field lark. The bird soars up and up, singing, then, at the outermost edge of ecstasy, drops to the nest. Yet the pattern of the air currents is changed. The vibrations made by his wings and the notes of his song go on and on in waves, invisible and soundless, or at least I imagined them doing so. "Oh, Peter," I said at last, "how clean it all is! How clean! It's a sort of end of the world, where everything is clean and quiet and cold. I must bathe in the pool. You bathe too." I slipped out of my clothes among the trees, but quick as I was, a splash told me Peter was ahead of me. Leaving my garments in a fairy ring as they fell off me, I swung myself down a boulder and touched the water with a tentative foot, over which the ripples made by Peter's strong swimming eddied up. Then I too slid into the water, deeper and deeper, till I felt the cold circle of it around my neck. I swam to the far side of the pool, because I wanted to get away from the trees, for on this other side were no tricks of light and shade or mistiness of foliage, but bare, wide slopes of ridged lava, great rounded tongues of it coming down to the pool, above them only the sky. And in the coldness and purity of the place and hour, this bathing in a dawn pool had the quality of sacramental cleansing which called for the austerity of the open. We swam side by side, and as we went, quivering flakes of brightness broke and rippled away in an arrowy flight on either hand, and when I drew myself up onto a lava slope, I saw the drops fall off me in a pearly shower. "Oh, Viv, it's the loveliest thing in the world," said Peter. "You always told me it was, and it is. You're a little ghost, Viv, you glimmer so white." "Hush a moment," I whispered, lifting a warning finger, for from my higher position I could see the fiery rim of the sun growing up behind the range on the far bank of the river. The blueness sank into the earth like moisture, and the brightening air turned faintly but surely gold. A minute more and I saw the curve of my doubled knees, that had shown pale against the grey lava as I sat sideways on the slope, become rose-coloured. "Oh, the sun's good too!" cried Peter, stretching so that the water flew from off him. "D'you know what I've discovered, Viv?" "No, what?" "That beauty is the loveliest thing in the world." "I've discovered that it's most frightfully cold here," said I, with a prosaic shiver. "I will do a dance to the sun all the way to my clo'." And I ran round the pool, leaping, to dry myself, but Peter stood still for a moment, a slim, pale bronze figure, stretching himself towards the glow of the sunrise. When I was ready, even to the tying of my tie, and I ran out to find him, he was dressed, but his hair was sticking straight up with wetness, like the horn of a unicorn. I pressed it firmly down and tried to part it in the way it should go. Then, "Peter, I do love you," I said. "And how odd it all is, and how different from what one always imagined." "In what way?" asked Peter, rubbing his cheek against the top of my head, a proceeding which forced me to speak into his chest. "Well, there are no thrills. I don't know that I've ever formulated to myself what thrills are, but I know that I always vaguely but firmly considered them inseparable from caring for anyone as much as I do for you." Peter turned my face up by taking my chin between his finger and thumb. "For instance," I elaborated, "I don't want you to kiss me a bit. I wouldn't mind, but it seems so superfluous and unnecessary." "That's because, unlike most people who begin at the trimmings and work up to the essentials, you begin at the essentials and work outward to the trimmings," explained Peter. "Do I? I wonder. Everything always seems to happen in steps, so to speak. It's like improving in one's work. One doesn't go up a gradual slope of progress, but quite suddenly, after a long sticking in one place, finds one is up another step." "Well, I've gone up a step with you this morning. I couldn't ever be embarrassed about anything with you, anything that wasn't ugly, because I feel so much you. Not with you or for you, but you. As though the word 'I' ought to be split in two for us. It seems absurd to say 'you' to you, if you see what I mean." "Yes, I know, and I won't kiss you. But don't you think perhaps you might kiss me?" I flung my arms round his neck and kissed him in the middle of one cheek, and it felt quite natural and ordinary so to do, which showed me I had indeed gone up a step. "Oh, Peter, you want shaving," I exclaimed, "and I want my breakfast. I'm so dreadfully hungry." "Poor little beast," said Peter sympathetically. "Here, catch hold and we'll run for it." We stayed ourselves with coffee and rolls at the inn, and then set out for home on the heels of the new day. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 33. Via Amoris. 1. The Court of Love. On the following morning I bade a fond farewell to my convent, and prepared to take to the road once more. La chère mère called me into the deserted dining room and bade me choose from a pile of little white metal porte-bonheurs that lay upon the table. I turned them over and found that, if not being England, each of these tiny medallions, which one could have bought for 50 centimes apiece, were beautiful in design, and I hesitated amongst them. Peter, who was actually included in this gift-making, chose a Jeanne d'Arc, but la chère mère finally herself settled on a Sainte Famille for me, because, as she very charmingly said, she wanted me to have as many saints as possible on my porte-bonheur. Whether it was because she thought me peculiarly in need of saintly protection or not, I don't know. Anyway, I clicked the medal onto my watch chain and kissed her smooth, thin brown cheek. Peter shook her hand, and her bird-like eyes twinkled with kindly approval as she bade him farewell. "For you, Monsieur Pierre," said she, "I have relaxed my rules and even permitted you in to dinner last night. That is because I think you eminently—" she paused, "estimable," she concluded with a beam. I chuckled inwardly at the thought of Peter being estimable, which is a word one classes with worthy, and applies to people whom one damns by saying that they mean well. Peter blushed a brickish hue, and I trust his conscience was reminding him of what he had taught the nuns on the preceding night. He had carefully instructed them over the coffee, in the old Oriental saying about that beverage, that it should be as sweet as love, as black as sin, and as hot as hell. The only drawback was that the little nuns could not remember it aright, and invariably brought it out, as sweet as sin and as hot as love, which was rather unfortunate. It was a heaven-sent morning, and we swung joyfully along the precipitous road that descended to the coast, our luggage having gone on ahead in the fusty old black pumpkin of a diligence. We waved good-bye to the various skylines we knew and loved the best, as different points in the road revealed them. And that night, after a day spent in the blue and gold glitter of the Riviera, we took train to Marseilles. The next day we went on to Aigues-Mortes, and from there started our pilgrimage on foot, which was to lead, by way of Arles and out of the way by Les Baux, to Avignon. We dawdled in this way, painting and writing as we went, through the most lovable country in the world, growing, I think, to know a little of its soul, which its lover Mistral hymns as "Amo dell'ogno renadivo, amo gioioso, e fiero e vivo." Soul eternally renewed, soul joyous and proud and vital. Proud and vital always, joyous only here and there. But the bleakness, amounting even to dourness, of some of Provence is not the least of its incomparable charms. From the salt marshes of wind-bitten Aigues-Mortes, whose brown, stark battlements rear against the sky, we went along the miles of sand and marsh, past bitter lagoons hemmed in by bars of silted earth and stones, past the swamps where the fever wind blows and little rivulets of brackish water meander, and the film of salt crystals glitters in the sunshine. Then, striking more inland, to the desert of the Camargue, across the monotonous miles of which we rode on fierce little horses, hired from a half-savage herdsman. And always the terrible Mistral blew, till we felt we were becoming as bent and twisted with its breath as the bushes that strained perpetually towards the sea. Thus we came to Arles, that town of shadowed ways and fragments of carving, that make one catch one's breath, and where the women, with their straight Greek faces, and brows bound by a ruban diadem, seemed sculpture come to life, and from there to one of the most longed-for bournes of our pilgrimage, Les Baux, sacred to le bon roi René and la reine Jeanne, to many courts of love, to princesses who boasted names such as Blancofleur and Cibolo, Uguetto and Bausetto, and who, so sings the poet, gave love from their throne of golden rocks. Les Baux crests a jagged head of the Alpilles, and before we reached the outermost of the tortuous ravines which intersect it, we wandered along straight white roads across miles of bleached pasture, ardent with belts of orange-red pollard willows, or sombre with rows of dark and stately cypress, whose close-set foliage was singed rust-coloured on the windward side. The poplars, which only a short while ago had seemed like ghostly skeletons of flame, were breaking into a mist of pale and tender green. The cherry and almond trees had caught little glowing clouds among their branches, the broom gleamed pure gold among grey limestone or ruddy sandstone rocks, and the sweet smell of thyme and rosemary held the air. Sometimes we climbed up great scarped bluffs of the pale limestone, and found high-set little towns that seemed hacked from the living rock, half-deserted little towns, where the mistral whistled through wonderful old carved doorways, or we stopped at some isolated farmhouse of the plain, surrounded by budding vineyards that shimmered like a dragonfly's wing with sulphate of copper. Twice it happened that night and an overpowering degree of delicious weariness came on us, far from a roof-tree and fireside, and we defied the supposed dangers of the night air and slept rolled up in the blanket we carried in our rucksack, tucked away in some sheltered crevice on a mattress of springy, sweet-scented box. It was good to curve down to sleep, with the dark sky and powdering of stars blotted out, now here, now there, by the darker foliage of a breeze-stirred olive above, I with my hand clasped round Peter's forefinger for company. It was good to wake to a flushed or paling sky, with the smell of crushed herbs in our nostrils, and the peace of the out-of-doors in our hearts. "And now," announced Peter, as we neared the chain of the Alpilles, rising almost sheer from the plain, and showing ragged and gleaming against the sky, "now we approach the first shrine on our pilgrimage." "Shrine? Pilgrimage?" I questioned. "We are, though I have not seen fit to enlighten you before, on a devout pilgrimage, a via amoris, to the shrines of famous lovers, and Les Baux was the seat of the court of love built by Jeanne de Laval, wife of René. They held poetic assizes, if you please." "I've read a lot about the troubadours and the courts of love," I replied, "and it seems they were for the propagation of gilded platonics. A poet vowed fealty and devotion to the wife of some great lord, and she, for her part, took him for her knight, placed a ring on his finger, and gave him the sole kiss he was ever to have of her. He sang and sighed for her, and she, poor thing, may have wished him in the place of her husband, who apparently invariably married her for the fiefs she brought him, and spent his time paying the same spiritual devotion to some other dame. It was an unvicious circle, and the highest pitch that gilded platonics have ever been raised to. Gilded platonics is just what it was. That's why I'm taking this place first in the pilgrimage," was Peter's cryptic reply. Les Baux was the most wonderful place in the world, not the most beautiful or the most charming or even the most lovable, but the most wonderful. A sheer 500 feet it rears above the plain on one side, indistinguishable from the limestone out of which it springs. A place of ruins and silences, of sharp shadows and light sunshine, and a wind to rend the heart. And as wonderful as the town itself is the approach thereto. Up and up Peter and I toiled, up winding after winding of whitest roadway, the gorse blazing on the slopes above and below, the pungent scent of it in the air, and all among the gorse the limestone crags, fashioned to 1,000 distorted likenesses by wind and rain, crowded and reared. Defile after defile opened around us among the tumbled mountains, all shouldering up in bleak pallor through slipped mantles of grey-green turf and greyer scrub of rosemary, and we entered the region of the quarries, where the few inhabitants of Les Baux work for their bread. How Peter and I ever dragged ourselves away from those quarries, even to go on up to Les Baux, I can't tell. They were like ruined cities of the dead. Great blocks of gleaming whiteness lay like fallen walls of houses, or stood up in solitary pillars, while, here cut into the cliffside, there leading to shadowy colonnades, were tall doorways with straight sides and the limestone left in a square, solid lintel. It was, above all, those doorways which gave the place its strange look of Egypt, as of the shattered city of some long-forgotten pharaoh. Dead, white, still, and yet terrifyingly massive, these seeming ruins stretched all around us, away from the shelving sides of the road, up the mountains, into the shadowy ravines, without a tree to soften their austerity. So at last to Les Baux itself, and if the quarries, being excavated rock, are like a ruined city, Les Baux, which actually is one, looks as though it had been quarried out of the living stone. An inhuman place, yet thronged thick with human memories, and rich with carved relics of the races who have held it, from the Roman, Caius Marius, to the great seigneurs who felt and wrought all things passionately. Love, religion, and poesy, and to the royal house of Anjou, of whom was René, who helped to make it famous. It was left to a prince of the church, and, centuries later, to an earthquake, to shatter the carven houses and splendid towers of Les Baux into the ruins that they are. A boy leapt forward at us as we passed in through the shadow of the ancient gateway, a boy as wonderful as the town. He was a brown, voluble, clear-eyed creature, with thick white teeth, his sunburnt skin powdered ever so finely with limestone dust, even to the rounded pinky brown toe that poked through his broken boot. All his clothes, his felt hat, which might have adorned a Hermes, his corduroy jacket and trousers, and those tattered boots were of the same pale, harmonious brown as his face, and equally powdered with the fine white deposit. In the course of his confidences he informed us that though only 12 he already worked in the quarries, and that he was the best guide in Les Baux. That I can well believe, for his language poured from him in a torrent of description, facts, and ideas of his own, all fiercely intelligent and mostly true. He whirled us into roofless rooms, where stately chimneys still arched, rich with carving, from wide hearths where the nettles flickered in the sun. He ran us into inhabited houses, where broad-faced, blue-eyed women picked their babies from beneath our feet, and pointed us out frescoes in corners too dark to see them. He led us scrambling over crag and broken wall, declaiming from the windiest and most precipitous spots he could find on the beauty of the view or the antiquity of the Roman remains. He showed us mere caverns in the rock, where peasants were actually living. Finally he pulled a Weiss green handbill from his pocket and thrust it under our noses. It proved to be an advertisement for a music hall performance to be held in some slightly more accessible township a few miles off, and it held forth particularly on the charms of a strong man who lifted a grand piano with his teeth or his toes, or some such unlikely portion of his person. Hermes held no brief for this affair. He did not even expect us to attend it, and he was not attending it himself. But years ago, when he was a small boy, he had seen this very man, grand piano and all, and he assured us it was a most marvellous sight. Never in all his life had he seen anything to equal it, and therefore, as visitors in search of the marvellous, it had evidently occurred to him we must be thrilled to hear of this epoch-making event. It was pure altruism on his part, but he did not rise to the height of presenting us with the Weiss handbill. He continued to bear it along with him, unable every now and then to resist pulling it out of his pocket, and following a brown forefinger along its line of enthralling print. We contrived at length to get rid of him by promising to turn up for a glass of wine at the inn, and then Peter and I crossed a turfy eminence that shouldered itself up among the rocks and ruins, meaning to gaze upon the view from the edge of it. Up till then we had imagined we knew what wind was. We thought we had been almost one with it as we traversed the Camargue. Now we knew we had never really felt it before. We clung for our lives to a broken wall, our hats firmly clasped to our chests, and just managed between our struggles to catch a glimpse of the Provence that lay hundreds of feet below and stretched away to the rim of the world. To our right we could see faint and afar the towers of Aigues-Mortes, and a glimmer of sea, southward the forking of the Rhone, eastward range upon range of mountains, and the gleam caught by the broad waters of the Durance. And all these wonders, and the miles of plain that here and there were pearled by lagoons and canals, or patched with orchards and vineyards, all these were drenched in sun beneath an arching sky of deep blue that quivered to pallor at the horizon, with only here and there a cloud to vary by gracious shadow the patterning of the light-coloured world below. "I begin to see," gasped Peter, "the truth as well as the poetic beauty of what it means in Calendal, when it says that the lords of Les Baux had the wind of the Rhone blowing in their veins. The only marvel is that they weren't blown away, veins and all." "Sketching is out of the question anyway," said I, as we beat our way back towards the narrow, steep little street that led to the inn. "I shall have to be immoral and chic from postcards." Hermes was awaiting us by one of the little round iron tables painted a faded green, that were set about outside the inn. He sprang forward at our approach. " I have ordered your wine," declared this youth, surely born to carry all before him, "and everything has happened of the most fortunate, for here is my uncle, Monsieur Pouletin. Think of that!" We thought of it as we returned in blank bewilderment the bow of a portly gentleman seated at one of the little tables, but thinking told us nothing. Monsieur Pouletin himself came to our aid. " You must excuse my so youthful nephew," said he, " for having the idea that the whole world knows the name of Telemaque Charlemagne Pouletin." His own expression and manner rather suggested that he could not help agreeing with his nephew. The fact is, to those good people of Les Baux, a little success and, shall we say, celebrity, goes a long way. I am the Pouletin, the film maker, Monsieur et Madame, and at your service. We had neither of us ever heard of him, but we summoned up intelligent smiles. At least I did. Peter, I saw to my horror, had taken a dislike to Monsieur Pouletin for being there at all. Peter, when he took a dislike to anyone or anything, was about as easy to manage as a ship with a broken rudder in a gale, and nervously I expressed the hope that Monsieur Pouletin would do us the honour of sharing our bottle of wine. Monsieur Telemaque, etc., was a round, highly glossy-looking little man, with downy black hair cut à la brosse, and the inevitable velvet collar to his brown greatcoat. The ends of his black moustache were fiercely waxed, and when he grew excited, which he frequently did, they twitched like eager little wings. Of all men the mildest at heart, he was the most easily roused, and calmed again, that I have ever met. He had no idea of keeping anything to himself, and we soon knew that he was travelling for Roger Freres, the big firm of film makers, in search of fresh inspiration, and had called in at Les Baux to see his old parents. " And you, my children?" he finished with a paternal beam. " We are, so to speak," said Peter, " on a sacred pilgrimage." " Ah, tiens! A honeymoon?" said he, with a still wider beam. " Our relations are strictly those of business," I replied severely. Monsieur here has been commissioned to write a book on Provence, and I am illustrating it. At the present moment we are treading in the footsteps, at least we shall when we leave here, of Aucassin and Nicolete." " Dame! And who may they be? Friends of yours? " asked Monsieur Pouletin. Peter, aghast at such a state of ignorance, collected his French together, and fixing the unfortunate Telemaque, by now conscious of having said something wrong, with a relentless gaze, he proceeded to pour the following remarks out, gathering in volume as he went. " Yes, they are friends of ours, and they should be friends of yours, too. It is your own fault if they are not. They are friends because everything that is eternally young and lovely is friendly, and they are the immortal lovers of the world. You will say that they have never lived, except in a manuscript." Monsieur Pouletin had said nothing at all, and was gazing at Peter with his moist red lips apart, and an expression like a hypnotised rabbit. But I reply that that is the fullest and most enviable form of life. The fullest because it has never known death, the most enviable because it has never been alive." "Sapristi," said Monsieur Telemaque Charlemagne Pouletin. "You meet them, first, in that wonderful old manuscript of the 13th century," pursued Peter, "which sings of them in the Langue d'Oil. Not in the Langue d'Oc, you observe, though that was the language of Provence. And that is why we imagine the singer to be of the north, although he laid his scene in Beaucaire. He says that Aucassin was the only son of the Count of Beaucaire, which was a great castle by the sea." "But Beaucaire is not by the sea," objected Telemaque, grasping at something which he felt he knew. "In the first place," said Peter, "Beaucaire is by the sea, because it is vital for the story that it should be so, and what is vital is. In the second place, it was by the sea in the beginning of time, because all about it you can find sea fossils and shells, which is proof, even to a materialist. It is true that Aucassin and Nicolete were of the divine Middle Ages, and not of the Stone or Iron Age. But if Beaucaire, being actually and physically by the sea once upon a time, and morally and mentally and poetically by the sea in the 13th century, does not make it quite enough by the sea for the purposes of the story, then what does?" "Mon Dieu!" murmured Telemaque, wiping his brow, and gazing with deep respect at Peter. "Perhaps," he added hastily, "you have it with you and could lend it me, this so interesting history." He evidently thought to forestall future tirades. I explained that our copy was in the ancient Langue d'Oil, but as Monsieur Pouletin merely replied, "Let me see," Peter fished Aucassin and Nicolete out of his knapsack and handed it across the little table. Telemaque opened it cheerily, looked puzzled, turned a few pages back and forth, and finally, with a sacré tonnerre, handed it back. For the opening sentences, "Qui vouloir bon versi del du port de deux quêtis de deux beaux enfants petits," are about as intelligible as anything you are likely to come across later on. Peter was by now so proficient in this little dead language that he wrote me a postcard when I was at the convent, which I don't doubt all the other boarders read without being in the least aware of what any of it meant, let alone the beginning thereof. Mais ce n'était au clair-vie, which is, being interpreted, Maiden of the Shining Face. "It's a simple tale, monsieur," said I, hastily, seeing a cloud gathering on Telemaque's ingenuous brow, "and the value doesn't lie so much in the actual story as in the characterization and setting." "Thereby resembling all good literature," broke in Peter, mounting one of his pet hobby horses. "And," I continued quickly, "we are going to see the actual scenes of the romance, so as to reconstruct it for ourselves. That is our idea." A sudden gleam came into the little pursed-up eyes of Monsieur Pouletin. "We will go together," he declared, "and you shall tell it me as we go." I was conscious of a pang of dismay, for it had not been jest when we had said we were on a sacred pilgrimage. What of our pursuit of old-time lovers, who would surely fade away like morning mists before the uncompromising sun of Monsieur Telemaque Charlemagne Pouletin? But if there is one thing more than another over which Peter and I are rank cowards, hurting anyone's feelings is that thing. And somehow we found ourselves hustled into the tonneau of a battered old pea-green motor, while the proud owner thereof, having caught his aged parents, the patron and patronne of the inn, to his manly bosom, himself squeezed behind the wheel. Hermes stood, all smiles, grasping our 2 franc piece in one hand and his felt hat in the other. The parents thrust a bunch of apple blossom into my lap. The horn blared toot toot, and with Telemaque bent like a vast brown toad over the wheel, his broad red neck bulging level with cap and coat collar, we started off at a rush down the mountain road. I have a ghastly idea that this profane fellow may wish to film Aucassin and Nicolete, shrieked Peter in my ear, as we fled along in the wind. I began to laugh helplessly. The prospect struck me as not being without its humour. "If you wanted a beautiful, poetical via amoris," I yelled back at him, "uninterrupted by the banal and the ridiculous, you should have set out on it with someone else. This sort of thing always happens to me." "It's because of you I'm so sick," explained Peter, as we slid round a more sheltered curve. "To tell you the truth, I had meant to teach you such a lot on this pilgrimage. You'd have gone up another of those steps of yours, in your feelings for me, I mean, at every point. And I'm damned if you can go up steps of that kind while Telemaque Charlemagne Pouletin sets the scene." And I gaily agreed with him, which only showed how little either of us knew what incongruous forms the gods are sometimes pleased to assume. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 34. Via Amoris. 2. Aucassin and Nicolete. We rushed across the level country at about 50 miles an hour, past cliff-high rows of black cypress and gentler bending poplars, scattering at one place a regiment of beautiful pale blue cavalry on manoeuvres. There was no wind screen to the car, which perhaps was wise, as it would probably have come to grief, and by the time Monsieur Telemaque rushed us across that great suspension bridge from Tarascon to Beaucaire, on which Tartarin so feared to set foot, my hair was in a warm web right over my face. Through it I caught sight on either hand of the brown Rhone, refracting blue here and there like a starling's back, of its golden shoals and of the battlements of Beaucaire, rising clear and bright into the late afternoon sunshine on the further side. We abandoned the car in a little alley and wandered about the town for a while, through those narrow ways across which the tall old houses with their barred and mullioned windows lean as though to stare into each other's eyes, under deep eaves of sculptured wood, where carven hands came out from under the roofs as though for their support. Then we turned into the castle grounds and went up the steep slope of them, through the checkered shade thrown by the pine trees upon the long, lush-growing grass. The castle is mostly in ruins, save for a tower or so, the splendid sweep of the encircling walls, and the great gateway, and the place is allowed to run mercifully wild, not tortured into gravel paths, carpet beds, and lawns which one may not press with an inquiring foot. A seat is placed unobtrusively here and there, and in great archways that are hollowed out of the walls, and must, I suppose, have once been alcoves in the castle rooms, chairs are placed, and here come the old women of Beaucaire to sit with their knitting in the sun, sheltered from the piercing breath of the mistral. The buff grey of the sunlit stonework behind them, with just the blue crescent of shadow curved over them by the cutting in of the arch, makes a brilliant decoration of the old black-clad, white-capped figures crouched chattering together, and I felt my fingers itching for a brush. We stood looking out a while over the faded brown fluted roofs of Beaucaire, a whole sea of them, stretching and sloping away into a bright mistiness, then wandered to the other side of the battlements and looked over the long curves of the Rhone and its pale sandbanks, away beyond Tarascon to the bleached plains and hillocks of the open country. Then Telemaque said, "To business," which I could see struck Peter as a Goth-like way of putting it. We all sat down in the grass under a friendly pine, and I began the story of Aucassin and Nicolete. I told it as plainly and baldly as possible, because it is profanation to try and tell in your own way what has been told perfectly once and for all, and whether Telemaque ever caught anything of the undying romance of Aucassin's pursuit of Nicolete, I don't know. When I had finished with the lovers having such joy as never yet, he said something to the effect that he knew what it was to get an idea into his head so that it wouldn't come out, that one, thus referring to Aucassin, who was so shapely of body and so full of all gracious qualities. Aucassin, the king of lovers, with his high and comely nose, his eyes grey and dancing, his hair curled in little gold rings about his clear face. But even Monsieur Pouletin gathered, I think, something of the mysterious quality of Nicolete that Walter Pater felt when he called her a beautiful, weird, foreign girl. He sat rubbing his downy black head for a moment, till it was more à la brosse than ever, and then delivered himself to the following astonishing effect. It is the finger of Providence. Romance, costume, incident, all are there. It can be done, and I, Telemaque Charlemagne Pouletin, am the man to do it. "Do what?" chorused Peter and I together. "Film it," was the brief and terrible response of Telemaque, the response we had so dreaded. Well, there it was, and we soon discovered it was no use fighting it. Monsieur Pouletin merely replied to all our cries of sacrilege with, "If you help me, you will get well paid, and you will be able to see the thing is done after your ideas. If you don't, then I shall do it without you, and you will see then that the sacrilege will be far worse." And haunted by terrible visions of Nicolete dressed in a Louis XIV lace collar, or Aucassin with a moustache, we yielded. We all went back over the bridge to Tarascon and engaged rooms at the inn, and then I went to the Poste Restante, where I found 2 letters awaiting me, one bearing English stamps, and I opened that first, all agog for news of Littlejohn and the Changeling. It proved to be nothing of an exciting nature as regarded them, but for herself Gladeyes wrote that she was walking out with a gentleman from the bush, by which she did not mean the wilds of Australia, but that district of London known as Shepherd's Bush. I breathed a sigh of relief at the thought of settling Gladeyes in life, and opened the other letter. This was a rather plaintive epistle from Chloe, from which one gathered that life was singularly black for her, but that Jo's wedding, which she had attended some weeks previously as best girl, had been peerless. Chas and Jo were now wrapped in oblivion somewhere, but Chloe was back in Paris alone, stodgily finishing her time at Collarossi's. Hence these tears. I should have been worried, only I knew that probably by now Chloe was neck-deep in some new affair, which she would gleefully describe to the whole world as really platonic this time, only to dissolve a few weeks hence in floods of tears, with the wail, "How was I to know he was feeling things the whole time? I thought it was just friendship, and now it's all spoilt." And the curious part of it would be that she would undoubtedly believe that she believed herself. Late that night, after I was abed, but while Peter and Monsieur Pouletin were still arguing in the common room below me, I had an idea. Jumping out of bed, I hit on the floor with the heel of my slipper, and then stuck my head out of the window. I have always hoped I did not look as absurd from below as Peter and Telemaque did from above, when they thrust their heads forth and turned themselves upside down to ask what I wanted. "I've had an idea," I shrilled. "You were saying, Monsieur Pouletin, you did not know anyone of a suitable type to play Nicolete. But I do. Chloe, Peter, Chloe!" "Of course. Absolutely it!" cried Peter. "Have you a photo you could chuck down for Monsieur Pouletin to see?" I had a few snapshots of Chloe in a light frock, being blown about by the wind, and they gave some little idea of her slim grace, the glitter of her hair, and the angelic look of her whole person. These I showered down on the upturned faces, and then retired to bed and to sleep. The next morning we wired to Chloe, and the day after that she arrived, and not she alone, but Jo and Chas with her. "Explain this," cried I, falling into Jo's arms at the station. "I thought you and Chas were the world forgetting, though not by the world forgot." "So we have been for the last month, but I suppose it's no good expecting you or Peter to take count of the flight of time." "It is one of my theories," said Peter, "that time is all of one continuous piece, so to speak, and that we make a mistake even in portioning it off in past, present, and future. How much more of a mistake, then, to cut it into absurd squares like a child's puzzle, and label them January or February, or Monday or Tuesday." "A little while ago," I added, "we had to write to our publisher. We were at some farm in the middle of a plain, and we didn't know the date, but we knew the month, and the farm people knew the day of the week, and they produced one of those little calendars which have the date that each day of the week falls on, all printed in a column below the initial of the day. Well, we all came to the conclusion that it was Wednesday, but whether the 7th, 14th, the 21st, or the 28th, no one could tell, and there was no way of finding out. So we put them all at the head of our letter, and let Mr. Brennan take his chance." "And then," finished Peter, "the beastly calendar turned out to be of the wrong year, so none of the dates was right after all." Jo was looking her best in a leaf brown satin coat and skirt that just matched her eyes and hair, and Chas was at his man of the worldliest, which made us very proud. Telemaque Charlemagne was visibly impressed. It is needless to say that he had no sooner set eyes on Chloe than he fell into raptures, as great, though not as poetical, as were Aucassin's over his lady of the shining face. Jo, he declared, he could fit in as a court lady, though he added, and it was a perpetual joke against the long-suffering Jo, "If you would only consent to wear the suitable costume, madame, what a man-at-arms you would make!" Telemaque suggested that as his wife refused, Chas should fulfil that role, but Chas, who is nothing if not a looker-on at life, declined firmly. Of course by now the all-conquering Telemaque had discovered that Peter and I had each been a pro in our day, and no amount of honest avowal as to the fifth-rateness of the company in which we had played sufficed to check his enthusiasm. Peter, he vowed, must be his Aucassin, since he was young, slim, and fair. I could not help thinking Peter's face had too Puck-like a twist to it to be quite suitable, but here again Telemaque proved right. The addition of a wig of golden hair, which fell in a shining curve to his shoulders, transformed my whimsical long-faced companion to a young medieval knight. As for me, I was a little foot-page, an eminently fitting choice, since my face is nothing in particular, and my legs really superior. Monsieur Pouletin was one of those producers who, instead of keeping a stock company always in readiness, worked with a nucleus of half a dozen character artistes, and augmented them by special leads as required, and also by the supers necessary for crowd work. This nucleus company now arrived from Paris. The supers sprang up apparently out of the earth, at a wave of Telemaque's wand. Medieval dresses arrived by the crateful from a Parisian expert in such matters, and the rehearsals began. The chief difficulty turned out to be the setting of the scenes, for Beaucaire Castle is undeniably in a ruined condition, and no sea laps its foot. The latter defect worried Monsieur Pouletin not at all. "The river will do as well," said he placidly. "Why should not the ships sail up from the sea?" As to the sheltered state of the castle, and of the walls of the town, here too Monsieur Pouletin had his remedies, and incredible enough the last one was. To begin with, as he pointed out, very little space was necessary for a cinema scene. The focus of the lens was not wide, and for the figures to be of a reasonably interesting size on the screen, the space they moved in had to be confined. With one tower and a corner of the ramparts we could do wonders, so vowed Telemaque, and there was a complete gateway which could be besieged. As to the interior, that truly was a more complicated matter, and even were the castle still roofed and roomed, it would not have helped us, as much light was necessary. Here, where most people would have been daunted, Monsieur Pouletin had another idea. There was a cinema studio at Lyons, and to Lyons we would all take train accordingly, to film the indoor scenes, as soon as ever Monsieur Pouletin had completed his arrangements for hiring the studio. There only remained to get on the right side of the authorities at Beaucaire, and we all doubted if this were possible, even to the winning tongue of Telemaque Charlemagne. Our hopes, for by now this organised and systematic desecration had reduced Peter almost to a state of coma, were dashed to the earth, however. Telemaque, his rosy face creased in smiles, burst into the common room of the inn, where we were all having lunch, and over a glass of absinthe detailed to us his success. "Figure to yourself," cried he, that the Mayor ended by falling on my neck and calling me brother. We expressed a perhaps not wholly complimentary surprise, and asked how this miracle had been accomplished. " Imagine, my children," said Telemaque, " that the Mayor is none other than Henri Dupont, who used to be a boy at school with me. Later on we both entered the service of an hotel at Avignon as waiters. I left it for the cinema business. He prospered till he came to Beaucaire and set up an hotel for himself. He did well, chiefly out of the Americans, and now he is Mayor." " Then you were great friends in the old days? " I asked. " Que non, m'amzelle. Au contraire, parbleu! When we last parted we had to be rent asunder, not because we were embracing, but because we wished each to tear out the hair and eyes of the other." " But then why? "" Attendez. The whole trouble was we both loved the same woman — Jeanne, a femme de chambre at the Avignon Hotel. And I won her. But then how— I do not wish to speak unkindly of the dead, and I trust she rests in peace," said Telemaque piously. " It was more than she ever let me do in life. It was notorious the way she treated men. Everyone heard of it. Her tongue, and her finger nails — nom de nom! Never was husband so abused as I. Ah, well, a beautiful bronchitis removed her a year ago. So now you see how it was that Henri was so pleased to see me. I began by saying there was something I wished to ask him, and he seized me by the hand, crying, ' Ask what you will of me. I owe you eternal gratitude. From what did you not save me? '"" Oh, yes," I sighed, " and at what a cost to myself. After that all was easy, and I have gained incredible concessions. I have leave to reconstruct, temporarily, part of the castle, to place towers and windows where I will. All in pasteboard, a castle of the theatre, you understand. It will be magnificent, and banners shall wave from the roof." " This is hell !" groaned Peter, and departed out of doors forthwith, a half-nibbled radish still in his hand. " Tiens, he has the stomach ache, that one," observed M. Pouletin. " Well, my children, is it not news of the most magnificent I bring you?" He beamed at us in such joy that we had not the heart to disappoint him, and we faithlessly applauded, glad in our cowardly way that Peter was not there to hear us. And to confess the truth, I was as sad as Peter. Sadder, for mine was not a noble and aesthetic misery. Quite the reverse. I had been happy enough as we all walked from the station to the inn together. I was still happy, though with vague prickings of some other feelings at the rather uproarious little dinner which followed, but that night, when I had gone to bed, the fell thing came over me, wave upon wave. I wished we had never met Telemaque, who had turned our devout pilgrimage into opera bouffe. But that I could forgive myself for wishing. What filled me with shame was that I found I was regretting the advent of Jo, of Charles, and of Chloe, for there was no denying that it had broken up the solitude à deux to which I had been accustomed for so many weeks. The whole atmosphere had suffered sudden and violent disruption, and I felt forlorn and lonely amid the ruins. Lonely because Peter was, sustainedly, in one of his gloomiest moods, when he not only gave no help to anyone, but when he himself was very difficult to help. And instead of trying, I sulked inwardly, and was irritable outwardly. We made several excursions by train to places we had to see, but the joy had somehow gone out of it all, and the curious thing was that as Peter at last began to grow more cheerful, I became crosser. Chloe, frankly, soon lost patience with me. Jo bore it angelically, but at last even she raised her brows and exchanged glances with Chloe, and I rushed out and stared into the callous Rhone, and felt that I hated the whole world and that nobody loved me. I was, indeed, a worse than hog. But ashamed as I felt then, it was as nothing to my shame when I discovered what was at the root of my misery. The dress rehearsal had just taken place. Incredible as it may sound, the ancient castle of Beaucaire had been duly profaned with pasteboard, and looked like the Earl's Court exhibition. We had performed in circumscribed areas, marked off just outside the angle of the lens vision, with pegged-down tape to keep us in focus. The whole thing, on looking back, seems like a comic nightmare. All was over, and I, who had not been in on the last scenes, was once more in everyday attire. I had loitered back over the suspension bridge from Tarascon, changing at the inn, because I hoped not to see any more of the performance, and as I reached the castle, I met the supers jostling down through the gateway, making brilliant splashes of vermilion and emerald, blue and purple in the sunshine. I went on up into the grounds, and there I saw Peter and Chloe, still hand in hand, coming down the slope. He had discarded his wig and was grinning broadly, but still playing at being a medieval lord to his stately dame. I stood by a juniper bush, and at last I knew what was the matter with me. Jealousy, plain jealousy, hot waves of it. Oh, why hadn't I golden hair and chiselled features and a presence? If I had, then I could have played the Nicolete to Peter's Aucassin. I, who was his Nicolete in real life. Here a worse pang than any shot through my mind. Was I his Nicolete? I, with my mouse-coloured hair, my pale little face, my lack of all the pretty ways in which Chloe was so versed. After all, it had taken me a long time to realise that my affection for Peter was as strong as it was. Had it taken too long and tired him out? Chloe, of course, had been flirting with him, because she flirted as she breathed, but I knew she meant nothing, and indeed was genuinely unaware that she did it at all. But would Peter take it as lightly? He might think she really was in earnest, and I could not imagine the man able to resist Chloe if she set her heart on him. Indeed, I don't think I should have much opinion of a man who could. That terrible moment achieved some good at least, for the revelation of it killed my bad temper there and then. There was no place for irritation in the feeling that stormed over me till I was almost drowning in it. And Peter's happiness, that stood out as the first thing of importance. I stepped towards them, with a firm, if somewhat forced, smile upon my countenance. The others, hot and exhausted looking, now appeared, and we streamed down through the checkered shade of the pines, and so out to Tarascon, followed by an excited populace. Monsieur Telemaque Charlemagne Pouletin, who, like myself, was in ordinary garb, fell in by my side. He was bubbling with relief and glorification, and I, reflecting that it was not his fault. He being but a tool of fate, let him prattle and gave him due praise. It only remained that he should add to my discomfort, and he did so between the two banks of the Rhone. It appeared that I, though, as he candidly remarked, not beautiful, had a petit minois chiffonné, which charmed all who had the felicity of beholding it, that my prowess in the French language made me an intelligent companion, and that never had he met one of my sex with so many good ideas. Did I not think it would be an excellent thing if I combined these advantages with those which he, Telemaque, as a man, and perhaps something of a genius, possessed? At first I did not understand, and stared blankly at him. Then, as he elaborated further, I felt that it was indeed the crowning touch to the whole opera bouffe, this suggestion that the fat, rosy, downy-headed producer of picture plays should produce me as Madame Pouletin. I enlarged on my total lack of dough, assured him he had overrated my capabilities, and by the time we had reached the inn, had succeeded in making him understand the impossibility of acceding to his request. Poor dear fat Telemaque! I have no doubt he soon consoled himself with fresh triumphs and, I hope, a new Madame Pouletin, but there were actual tears in his kindly little pig's eyes as I left him to fly up to the solitude of my own room. It had been the last nightmare, that walk over the hot suspension bridge, and this was what our via amoris had come to. Via amoris, indeed. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 35. Via Amoris 3. Petrarch and Laura. That night I couldn't sleep, and at 6 o'clock I was downstairs and sitting outside under the plane trees, which looked exquisitely cool and green to my tired eyes. The kindly patronne brought me some coffee, and as I was sipping it, Peter came strolling out, and sat down at my table. I said hello and propelled the coffee pot towards him. "I am an early bird," he remarked, in a best bromide company voice, "and I see you are the same." "No, I'm the worm. I didn't sleep. It's got so hot suddenly. I am going to get away from here." "Ah, well," said Peter, "it's a long worm that has no turning, as the proverb says. I too think it is time we left. That's why I scraped myself out of bed so early, to make arrangements. If you hadn't been down, I was going to awake you by playing the humoresque under your window." At the mention of the humoresque and the memories it conjured up, I bent my head swiftly, so that a fat and idiotic tear should fall unperceived into my coffee. "Viv," said Peter, "when you have breakfasted, I have ordered you an egg, by the way. Go upstairs, put on your bonnet. Yes, it is not masculine ignorance. I mean your motor bonnet. Cast your belongings together to be sent on by the petite vitesse, and be ready here in half an hour." I sat with my mouth open, and the tears suspended in my eyes. "Ready for what?" I asked. "When I was a little girl," replied Peter severely, "I was taught the following rhyme: 'Speak when you're spoken to, do as you're bid, shut the door after you, and you'll never be chid.' That's all I have to say on the subject at present. This correspondence must now cease." " May I say anything to the others? " I asked meekly. " If you like, you may leave a note on your pincushion in orthodox style." " But I must have something to say in it," I objected. " Say that we have gone on." " Gone on," said I densely. " But why? " Petrarch and his Laura, stupid. Viv " here his hand came over the table and caught mine. " Have you forgotten that we're on a via amoris, that you've still got something to learn, and that I, with the help of Petrarch and Laura, am going to teach it to you?" " No, I hadn't forgotten, but, oh, Peter, I thought you had." I did not leave a note on my pincushion, but when all my preparations were complete, crept into Chloe's room. She was still asleep, but I heartlessly awoke her, and managed to instil into her drowsy brain that Peter and I were going on. She put her arms round my neck and murmured that she hoped I would be happy, and would I please tell Madame not to send up her breakfast till she rang for it. " Good-bye, you lazy thing," I said, with all the unbearable virtue of the early riser. " Good-bye, and, Chloe, I want to say, and I want you to say it to Jo for me, that I'm sorry I've been such a cross pig lately." " You haven't, not a bit," declared Chloe generously, but with a sad lack of truth, and we exchanged an embrace that on my side was not entirely innocent of egg. The pea-green car, with a chauffeur called from the neighbouring garage, was waiting outside, and as he tucked me in, Peter informed me that Monsieur Pouletin had lent it to take us wherever we wanted to go. " And where do we want to go?" I asked. " Not to Avignon again, surely?" " No, to Vaucluse, of course." " I think it's awfully nice of Telemaque," said I. " Not a bad old chap," agreed Peter. " A very good chap," I declared, and added, " very." We talked hardly at all as the car tore along the fresh morning roads, but I felt the mistrust and soreness of the past week or so being blown away from me, and I saw by the backward tilt of Peter's head, and the light in his narrowed eyes, that he too was being swept clean of the depression which had lain upon him. At the village of Vaucluse we dismissed the pea-green car with a message of thanks and farewell to Telemaque, and then set off on foot up the valley. Vaucluse valley is one of those places which, from the intensity and beauty of the passion associated with it and breathed into its air, seems a more poetic mood, a state of mind, a lovely emanation and memorial of the passionate spirit which sang and loved there, than an actual place. It is impossible to look at that towering semicircle of cliff, which makes a great amphitheatre of the valley's end, without imagining how Petrarch's eyes must have gazed upon it, up to the cloud-wrapped, gleaming snow peaks above. And it is impossible to look downwards again to the river that rises in the hollow of the cliffs without a picture of Laura, as he saw her, bathing her white feet in its waters. " Read it to me," said Peter, lying in the grass at my feet. " You know, the one about the river." I opened my tattered little volume of the most divine love songs ever written, and read him the one beginning " Chiare fresche e dolci acque," the exquisite cadences of which fall with as inevitable a grace as the water that it praises. " Oh, oh," said Peter, rubbing his forehead in the grass, " to have written it! Well, it's divine, even to read it. Aere sacro sereno. Isn't that just what one feels here? It's not so much the passion of Petrarch as the cold, clear, unruffled serenity of Laura that lives on here. Did she ever love him, I wonder? I mused. It seems impossible that any woman could have things like that written to her and remain unmoved. Why, it must have been like being wooed by a god. That she remained unwon, we all know. Think of his pallor and his pain. As to being unmoved, I can't think it, although the whole impression of Laura always is of someone aloof and spiritual. It's no wonder that people accuse him of imposing on the world, for poetic purposes, a Laura who had no real existence. Instead of which, there's a biographer who wishes us to believe she was the wife of a man who scolded her till she cried, and who made her bear 10 children. Peter sat up and ran his fingers through his hair. I don't believe that. What does it rest on? A note, which may or may not be genuine, on the margin of a manuscript in the library at Milan. The only thing is, if one gives up belief in that, one has to give up that description of her as a lady in a green mantle sprinkled with violets, over which fell the golden plaits of her hair. I cling rather to that mantle, I must say. But no, she was a simple, wonderfully strong-souled girl who lived in this valley, and he probably saw her first when she was bathing her white self in the dolci acque, which, after all, is worth all the mantles in the world, as you and I know, Viv. And his priestly orders were quite enough bar, to her way of thinking. One needn't stick in a surly husband and 10 squalling brats. I am, as was very often apparent, no such idealist as Peter, and though I should rather have liked giving Hugh de Sade and his progeny into limbo, I felt myself unable to do so. If Laura were a simple peasant girl, then how came it that Charles of Luxembourg kissed her at a banquet, a chaste salute which caused Petrarch pangs of envy? I intimated as much to Peter, who would have none of it. The poems, in every line of them, he said, breathed of her as an untouched girl, a Valli Closa, like her own Vaucluse. All very lovely, said I, if Laura had died young, but you remember Petrarch loved her for 21 years before, as he says, she took his heart with her to heaven. Laura must have been between 40 and 50 when she died, and I think, whether Hugh de Sade scolded her or no, it's better to picture her, when she died of plague, as being a beautiful, stately woman who'd borne 10 children, even to a man she didn't love, than as a woman who'd done nothing but keep Petrarch at bay, in some farm beside the Sorgue. Perhaps you're right, said Peter suddenly. It spoils the youthful picture, but it beautifies the middle-aged one. And Petrarch had a mistress and 2 children in Avignon, though that never spoils the story a bit, even if it ought to. In a way, that and Laura's wifehood, if she were a wife, mind I don't quite give in on the subject, both go to make the idyll more perfect, because it becomes so purely of the spirit. Viv, I wonder why everyone always talks of love as though it were a definite quantity. It comes differently, and means something different to each person on this earth. Yes, it does. But in theory I think it's much the same to all of us, before we know anything about it in practice. When one is very young, 18 or 19, The future's all wrapped in a beautiful golden mist, and it's ever so far ahead. One feels quite confident that one day this mist will lift, or rather become a beautiful golden light instead of a beautiful golden mist. That was what one meant by falling in love, but it was very remote, as well as very splendid, and meanwhile one was so happy, and life was such fun that one didn't want to hurry. And then? Asked Peter, adding, and now? Well, then one got nearer to the golden mist, and it was less misty and less golden, and nothing happened at all, and the future had become the present, and one still went on from day to day. And speaking personally, this one had to go out and earn its own living. Well, that's only then. What about now? Asked Peter. Oh, but I haven't finished with then yet. The demigod whom I fondly pictured as awaiting me in that golden mist was— would you like to hear what he was like? He was about 40, had a square, clean-shaven jaw, hair going iron grey on the temples, and velvety grey eyes that, as far as I remember, were to be able to flash like steel if occasion warranted. I suppose men don't look ahead in that way, do they, Peter? Not in that way, not to marriage as the ultimate and most gorgeous firework. Among boys there's an enormous amount of curiosity about women, often not of a very nice description. And if, like me, you didn't care for that kind of speculation and talk, well, then you didn't dwell much on it at all, except that you had an idea it must be rather jolly to be in love. And so it is, too. It's the finest thing in the world. All love is, because love is life. Love of one's parents, friends, brothers, of one's dog, of the sun and wind and stars, and the little things that move on leaves and among the grass. Love of life altogether, and that queer, rare, wonderful thing that holds them all, like the atmosphere holds the world, love of God. It's all of a piece. I have a theory, and here Peter began to wave his hands, as he always did when he began on that pet sentence of his. I have a theory that love is all in one huge, shining, quivering sheet, like the sea of crystal in the Revelation. And the love that each of us has is derived from it, as the rain is originally drawn up from the sea. There's a power o' water in the world, Viv, what with the sea and rivers and lakes and things, but it's really all one piece, you know, perpetually being condensed and drawn up and dissolved and forming again in a vast circle. That's like love. Then one needn't mind if one's love seems all different from what one expected, because it still belongs to the big love, even if what one has is only a raindrop or so. The funny thing is, Peter, I always imagined my iron-jawed, grey velvet-eyed person would love me most enormously, and now if I marry, I'd rather do the loving myself. Marriage is different to what one thinks, too, opined Peter. For instance, well, you must know by now that I want to marry you, Viv. I want to have you there, almost always, and no one but you. I shouldn't want to go away to other women, but I shall want to go away to other things. Work most of all. You're such fun to play with, I think I should always want you for that. but to work one must always go alone. You're the pluckiest, dearest, sweetest thing that ever happened, and I can't do without you. And I've got to have you, because you're as much a necessity of life as air or food, and just as much of a daily miracle as sunrise. But I've the wanderlust, and the lone lust, and you mustn't forget it, dear." I sat silent, stroking the rough, fair head in my lap. "But," continued Peter after a minute, "there is, to a male creature, something of a feeling of putting his head in a noose when he marries. Less with you than with anyone, which is funny, because one always pictures you as so much more with one than most wives. As a rule, women are creatures to go back to. You're a companion on the way. And there's another funny thing. You used to look forward to marriage as a sort of inevitable splendour, and I never looked forward to it at all. So you want to be married more than I do, and yet I want to marry you a sight more fiercely than you want to marry me. I don't want marriage qua marriage, and don't you believe any man who tells you he does. But I do want to marry you. Most particular." "Well, you shall," said I. "I fell in love with you at once, you know, Viv. You've only walked in, step by step. By the way," and here he knelt up beside me and took my hands, "Viv, how much do you?" "I don't know, Peter dear," I replied truthfully. "I know that I couldn't marry anyone but you, and I can see now that even if it had gone as far as fitting on my wedding dress, I could never have married Harry or William or anyone but you. I don't think you're a prodigy of genius and handsomeness and goodness, though I do like your funny face, and I adore your mind, and I think you're the goodest person I happen to know. But it's the you-ness of you I like best about you." "Off the point. Get back to how much you love me." "Oh!" I said, and held out my arms. He laid his head against my shoulder, and I pressed it there and kissed it. "I don't know," I said again. "I only know I want to hold you tight, tight, and that I want to keep away anything that might hurt you, and give you all you want. I'd fight God for you. I'd stand between him and you if he wanted to hurt you. I wish I were God to protect you." We stayed quietly, and only the faint, thin voice of trickling waters made the serene air alive. "When did you first know that you felt all that, I mean?" asked Peter at length. "Not quite entirely till now. And up to Tarascon I took it and you as a matter of course. It was Aucassin and Nicolete, and Chloe. I feel horrid about it and ashamed." Peter burst out laughing. "Good old Telemaque," he said, "and I vowed he would be death to romance. D'you remember? I said you couldn't go up any more steps while Telemaque was round spoiling things. And to think it was that! Darling, what a relief to find you so human." "And you," said I, "when did you begin to know?" "I always knew I wanted you. If you mean when did I know I must have you, well, Viv, could I see your dearness and not want you? Could I feel your nearness and not know I must have you?" He leant towards me, and I suddenly felt I didn't quite want him to kiss me then. I slipped through his arms and stood up. "Let's wander a bit," I said. We wandered till those thin, faint voices began to be overpowered by one more insistent. We turned up a shadowy, narrow twist of gorge, where a sharp frost, such as that land of contrasts knows even in April, glittered in the crevices, and the voice grew stronger. Another curve, and we came on something that made us stop, and stand gazing up. The cliff curved away from the pass in a dark semicircle that towered far above it, and over the edge of this curve came a slather of water, blue as a kingfisher where the sun shone on it, before it fell over into the shadow. It gave a curious effect, that constantly descending slather of water, and the sunlit gleam of colour that always stayed in the same place, so that it almost seemed as though the water ran under it. In mid-air the thin stream changed to a smoking column of spray, only turning again, as by some alchemy, to water when it splashed on to the boulders at the cliff's foot. To the right of the fall, a wild cherry tree, thick with pearly blossom, reared up and out from the side of the rock wall, out into the sunlight. The spray was being blown by the breeze on to the cherry tree, and as it drifted, it froze. How long we stood looking at it, I don't know, but I know the tears were in my eyes for the sheer aching beauty of it. Peter spoke first. "Oh," he said, "dare I make a poem about it? It's so exquisitely virginal, and yet bridal too. Look at her coming out into the sunlight, and that perpetually blowing veil of spray drifting over her and freezing on her filigree of white blossom. Isn't she slender and chill, and yet golden white in the sun?" I only said, "It's Laura herself." It was all I could think. If ever a thing expressed personality, this vision tree expressed that of Petrarch's Laura, the loved and lovely and aloof, still exquisite and fragrant, guarding her valley of Vaucluse as when Petrarch saw her there. Laura, with her sudden shining smile, like angels' mirth. "And I've been theorising about love," said Peter. "Love, forgive me." And it was then that Peter and I kissed. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 36. The World Obtrudes Itself. At last we wandered down the valley again to the little inn, and there ordered a meal to be brought to us in the garden that sloped down to the river. It was then well towards evening, and as we clicked our wine-glasses together, a familiar sound broke in upon us, the unmistakable blaring toot-toot of Telemaque's pea-green car. We looked up, and there, coming towards us, were Jo, Chas, and Chloe, the latter waving a petit bleu in her hand. It is a rather curious thing that I felt only pleasure at sight of them, none of the sense of a disrupted atmosphere which had so fretted me at Beaucaire, and I suppose this was because Peter and I were now in such a definite sphere all our own that material interruption left it calm. I ran towards Chloe, crying, "What's the news?" "From Gladeyes," gasped Chloe, thrusting the petit bleu into my hand. "We knew you'd want to know at once, and we asked the chauffeur where he'd driven you, and we followed. The telegram bore the simple, not to say laconic statement: "Married Mr. Murdoch, Registry, this morning. Sailing Canada at once. Will not deprive you of Lucy. Have left food with her and Emily at studio. Gladys Murdoch." For a moment I was bereft of speech, almost of thought. Then all I could say, very stupidly, was, "But Gladeyes wrote and said she was walking out with someone in Shepherd's Bush." "Perhaps," observed Peter, "she thought a husband in the hand was worth two in the bush." Heavens above us! Gladeyes and Edgar, what a mixture! They won't either of them speak a grain of truth from the beginning of the day till the end. Such a marriage should have been forbidden by the Eugenics Society. "I don't care a straw about that," cried I, awaking to the full import of the news. "But don't you realise that they've been and gone and left Littlejohn and the Changeling, the two poor helpless innocents, alone at the studio? To say she's left food with them. Tinned sardines and a pressed tongue, I suppose. Oh, what mayn't be happening to them, even now! I must go back at once." There was nothing else to be done. Everyone saw that. If Jo or Chloe had been in London, so that I could have wired the state of affairs to them, it would have been different. As it was, we all agreed to fly back together. Luckily Peter and I now had all the material needful for our book. Jo and Chas wished to see about their flat in town, and Chloe's one idea was to get back in time for varnishing day at the Academy, for she had that morning received her ticket for it, which told her that the miniature she had sent was in. I snatched my thoughts from Littlejohn to congratulate her. "And oh," she then shrieked, "I'd quite forgotten there's one for you too. You never told us you'd sent, Viv. What was it?" I caught at my envelope with a beating heart and pulled out the coveted orange ticket. Yes, I too was in, if I didn't find, when varnishing day arrived, that I had been crowded out. "A watercolour," I answered. "At least as much that as anything. It had pen and ink, charcoal, pencil, watercolour and body colour in it, and was painted chiefly with a rag and a toothbrush. It was doubtless very handsome, and represented Peter as a herdsman, piping beneath an olive tree, his sheep browsing around, with their legs all artfully concealed by vegetation. Legs are so difficult. All this time Chas had been burrowing in the recesses of a Bradshaw, and he announced that we could motor to Avignon, dine there, catch the night express to Paris, where we should arrive early next morning and be able to take the first boat train to Calais. "Where's Telemaque?" asked I, as we piled breathlessly into the car, where the luggage of the whole party seemed already taking up all the room there was. "Gone to Avignon by train. We promised, whatever we eventually did, to leave the car there for him tonight." "Right you are, Chas. Press on." Chas pulled the lever and away we went, Jo and Chloe among the bandboxes behind, I in the front seat beside Chas, and Peter on the floor at my feet, with half his person disposed upon the step. It is not many miles to Avignon from Vaucluse, and soon we sighted its towers and battlements, reflected in the liquid gold of the evening river, and standing up a soft purple blue into what seemed the no less liquid gold of the sunset sky. The day that had been so magical for Peter and myself was over, and yet it seemed a fitting end, that we should enter the town sacred to Petrarch and his Laura, who had helped to show us on our way so clearly. Also, after the wonder that the day had held for us, it was good to be once more in the midst of friendship and much talk, and dinner that night was a delightful meal. Telemaque was there, at the very hotel where he had wooed and won the late unlamented, induced to go there by a curious mixture of sentimentality and relief. He would not hear of our merely leaving the car and withdrawing. No, he insisted we should all do him the honour of dining with him, and so we did. I can't remember that Peter or I made any definite announcement of the understanding we had come to. I don't suppose we did, but everyone seemed to realise it all the same. Perhaps we looked different from our usual selves. Anyway, Chloe kissed us both, and I have to admit that Telemaque did the same. Peter's face, as Telemaque's fierce little black moustachios were pressed into his cheek, was a sight for the gods. Jo caught my hand under the table and whispered, "Darling, I'm so glad. Of course we always knew, but I'm so glad it's come. It's the wisest thing in the world, Viv. Only look at Chas and me." Telemaque sank into sudden gloom after dinner, and when he saw us off at the station late that night, he pulled out his handkerchief and wept freely into its folds. Chas watched, with a grin of inhuman glee, as Telemaque held, first Peter and then myself, in his scrubby embrace once more. "The others too, Monsieur Pouletin," I murmured in his ear. "Do not let their feelings be hurt, when they have such an affection for you." The gallant Telemaque failed not to act on my suggestion. He bowed towards Chloe, and with a "Permettez, Mam'selle," imprinted a chaste salute on her cheek, and then repeated the performance on Jo, who was laughing helplessly. I saw the look of fear spread on Chas' countenance. I saw him leap up the step of the train, and I pulled him firmly down by the coat-tails. I was resolved he should pay for that heartless grin. "Ah, my brother!" cried Telemaque, clasping the ramrod-like Chas to his breast. "I weep at saying farewell. I have misunderstood you. I see it now. I thought you cold, reserved, English. Now I feel sure your heart is warm, warm. I do not say adieu to you, my children, but au revoir." We were cast into the train by a strong-minded porter, and the stout figure of Telemaque stood, looking rather forlorn, upon the dimly lit platform. Then, as the train started, he puffed beside us for a second or so. "The film," he panted, "our great film. Free passes. I will give orders, for you all to have free passes, my children. Au revoir, au revoir." I leant out of the train and blew a last kiss to him, and then sinking back, I began to laugh. "What's amusing you?" demanded Peter. "Only that once one begins on the downward path, it is astonishing the rate at which one progresses. A few short months ago I was horrified and miserable because you kissed me, and now I have not only been embraced by a little French cinema agent, but I have embraced him in my turn. If this is the result of a mere engagement, whatever will be that of matrimony?" "Kissing," replied Peter, "is an excellent thing. And by the way, Viv, you kiss very badly. You don't kiss, you peck. But that can be remedied. Only you will please understand that your improvement in that respect must be limited to me." "I beg your pardon," said Chas, "but you cannot possibly be married unless I am best man, and we all know the privileges that go with that." At this moment it struck me that Chloe might be feeling a little forlorn. She was curled up silently in one corner of the carriage, staring out at the darkness. We had not been able to engage a sleeper, since they had all been appropriated earlier in the day at Marseilles, but Chas had insisted on taking a salon lit for Jo, Chloe, and myself. Chloe now stifled a yawn, rose, and suggested that we should repair to our couches and leave to Peter and Chas the 2 seats of the compartment we were in. I slipped my hand through her arm in the corridor, and we followed the attendant to our lair. There 3 narrow couches, furnished with pillows, though not with sheets, let down from the wall of the carriage as though by enchantment, and soon we were all stretched out on them in a row. It was a long time since we 3 had slept together, and I confess that for a while we indulged in the kind of talk that we ourselves, even though we practised it, labelled "gellish." In the far-away days when the future was in that golden mist of which I had spoken to Peter, we had been used to discuss what we called falling in love, what we each thought it was, how differently we imagined we would succumb to it, and what our respective Johns were to be like. We called them Johns because some palmist, having once assured Chloe that she would be married several times, she had remarked with admirable forethought, "Then I shall have a generic name for them, just as one always calls one's housemaid Mary. Imagine if the first were Henry and the second Algernon. How annoyed Algernon would be when I called him Henry from sheer force of habit. And when I had attained William and called him by either of the names of the first 2, how enraging that would be for him. I shall call them all John. One isn't likely to confuse a nice simple name like John." The only passion Jo had ever felt, besides her devotion for Chas, was for a bandmaster with curly hair, who was to be seen daily on Folkestone Pier, at which place Jo, aged 12 years, was residing at the time. I had never been able to care for anyone in what we always referred to as "that sort of way," as though it were a special brand, like a patent medicine. Chloe had been deeply in love with a succession of hopeless ineligibles ever since we had known her. Owing to the merciful, if somewhat confusing, fact that these attacks were each always cured by the next, their results had never been permanently or irretrievably disastrous. Each time Chloe was sure she had never known what love was before, and, if there chanced, which was seldom, to be a gap between 2 attacks, then she vowed that she had never loved at all. There was a gap at present, and just now Chloe was contented that it should be so. Soon she would begin to feel a curious sense of idleness. Then she would be seized with a conviction that nobody loved her. And then, woe betide the luckless youth who next approached her. He would soon be deeply in the toils, only to have his dream of bliss shattered by Chloe finding she had mistaken her feelings towards him. "Well," said Chloe, switching out the light and snuggling down beneath an elegant blue rug that she had especially bought to match her eyes. "Well, Viv?" "Well, what?" "Well, how does it feel, now you and Peter— different?" "No, that's the funny part of it. The same, only more so." "Jo, you know all about it, because you're married," continued Chloe. "Does it go on being thrilling, or does it get boring?" "Oh, it gets thrillinger and thrillinger, declared Jo. We all stretched a little, pulled up our rugs, and lay in silence, while the train thundered and swayed on through the night. Then, "Well, I'm glad it's not me, anyway," said Chloe. I considered this a reflection on Peter, and though I knew, and I was very glad to know, that he wouldn't have suited Chloe in the least, I yet felt not quite pleased. "My dear Chloe," I replied, "no one ever can understand anyone marrying the people they do. It's a great providential law. It's when that law's upset that people get into the divorce court." "Oh, I didn't mean because of that," said Chloe elliptically, "but because it's still ahead of me. Jo's is over. The first part of yours is over. Mine's still ahead." "Don't you be too sure, young woman," advised Jo sleepily. "It may be a case of there ain't goin' to be no core with you. Now let's go to sleep." But Chloe's words had banished sleep from me. Quite suddenly I felt plunged in an abyss of depression that would have done credit to Peter. I realised that though I'd gained something, I'd lost something too, something that would never come back. And we had both lost our pays de tendre. We were out on the better regulated, more plainly marked road of another country, and somehow there was not quite the same manner about it. That there were finer, dearer things to be found there, I knew, even in that depression, but I knew, too, that never again should we have such a half-shy, half-intimate, elusive, exquisite time as we had had this winter in Provence. For in the pays de tendre the whole bubble of the world itself swings by a gold hair. Silence and speech alike are full of new and entrancing discoveries. Every moment is a step further into the unknown region, and both inhabitants, for there are never more than two in that country, drift along on a tide of golden days, knowing that there are definite actions, sorrows, and perhaps keener joys ahead, but wrapped in a present that for them flows imperceptibly along. In the pays de tendre, the lovers are as children. Afterwards they have to take their place among the grown-ups of the world. I buried my face in my pillow, and if I had not suddenly fallen asleep, I am quite sure I should have cried. But next day, when we were all aboard the steamer, something happened which showed me what it was that made the change well worth it after all, something that made me go up another step. It was one of those clear April days when the showers fall through the sunlight, and Peter and I were standing by the rail above the forecastle, looking down on to the hold, whose tarpaulin cover gleamed with the spray that perpetually broke over it, and with every wave a fountain seemed to play in the air above the grimy donkey engine. "Isn't it good?" said Peter, sniffing the salt air, and holding my hands strongly against the rail as the ship reared and plunged again. "Isn't it good? There's nothing like the sea and the things appertaining thereto. If ever we have a son, I mean to teach him to swim and sail a boat before he does any other blessed thing." He said it quite casually, but some quality in the words caught at both of us. We stood looking at each other, and at that moment I felt something come to life in my heart that not even Littlejohn had ever awakened before. I knew that I must have a son of Peter's, and I wanted it above everything in the world. "Oh, look!" cried Peter suddenly. I followed his pointing finger, and there, in the cloud of spray that was having its brief moment of life below us, hung a rainbow. We watched breathless as the spray fell. Then, as the next wave in its turn sent that mimic fountain up, the rainbow sprang into sight again. With every scatter and rebound of spray it came, curving down like a Jacob's ladder, and glorifying with passionate colour the unromantic-looking forecastle. Spellbound, we watched it gleam out with every burst of spray, coming and going, coming and going. I have never been so near the crock of gold before. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse, Chapter 37. The View from the Attic. We all arrived at St. John's Wood that afternoon, and my heart beat with apprehension as I flew across the courtyard and up the ladder to the studio door. I burst it open and ran in, falling as I did so over the Nelephant, who at once gave her well-remembered scream. Another cry followed close upon it, the joyful cry of the Changeling, who was sitting on the floor, helping a struggling pile of kittens to play with an ostrich feather, which, as it afterwards transpired, she had gleaned from Chloe's best summer hat. Beside the Changeling lay Littlejohn, her fat short legs sticking straight out before her, and a tube of oil paint dangling from one corner of her mouth. I had not returned from France an instant too soon. Littlejohn had only just succeeded in making a tiny hole in the tube, and beyond being violently sick with mingled emotion and paint almost as soon as she saw me, no harm was done. I sat down, also on the floor, and my family came crowding round me. Littlejohn, her upheaval once over, as serene and stolid as of yore, the Changeling somewhat hysterical and absolutely inarticulate. Jo at once began to get out the tea things, and discovering no butter or milk, my guess had been only too correct, and a tinned tongue had indeed been left by Gladeyes as the staple article of diet, sent Chas and Peter out to buy some in Circus Road. Chloe gazed from the kittens to the Nelephant, and from the Nelephant to the kittens, then finally burst out with, "Well, do you mean to tell me that the Nelephant perpetrated those—" This is how she behaves directly our back is turned, after always pretending she was above the softer emotions. "Nell, come here, and let me ask you what you mean by it." But the Nelephant, in spite of her lapse, proved unchanged in temper, and at the first caress, fled shrieking, and brooded over her family like a thundercloud, muttering at intervals and clapping her children over the head with her club-like paws. I don't often dislike an animal, but I must admit to a coldness for the Nelephant. When the Changeling had quieted down somewhat, and was contenting herself with merely stroking my skirt in silence, and Littlejohn, all smiles, was showing me how she had progressed to the toddling stage, Chloe, in a fit of domesticity, began to set the studio to rights. It badly needed it, for the Changeling, poor dear, must have been so puzzled at finding herself alone and in a responsible position that her wits seemed to have gone more astray than usual. Only the washing and dressing of Littlejohn, from long and loving practice, she had accomplished as well as usual, and probably better than Gladeyes, with her bursts of mother-love, was capable of doing. Chas reappeared with a tin can of milk, and Peter with a pat of butter rolled up in paper, and in rather a melted condition from his grasp. "Warm from the cow," he said, laying it tenderly on the table. Jo spread it on a large but very stale loaf, which she proceeded to hack into slices, exclaiming bitterly, "Why the dickens didn't Gladeyes joint the loaf before she went away and left it?" "Hullo!" cried Chloe, shaking out some draperies that were tumbled on the window sill. "Here's something else she left. It's for you, Viv." And she handed me a rather grubby note, smelling of violets and addressed in purple ink. I opened it and read, aloud as notes are read upon the stage, which must have been the theatrical instincts of Gladeyes influencing me through the paper, as follows: "Dear Miss Lovel, I don't know what you'll say when you get my telegram, but I love Mr. Murdoch passionately, and a true woman can but follow her heart. I am following mine to Canada, where I hope, with my sympathy to cheer him, and his £600 capital, Mr. Murdoch will do something really splendid, something that will make us all proud of him. You will always be interested in him, I know, for he tells me you have been his best friend, and helped him to regain his self-respect. I am not jealous of his admiration of you, because I know how different that sort of feeling is from what he feels for me. He says I am his lodestar. I think it's such a poetical expression. Dear Miss Lovel, I am not taking Lucy because I know how you love her, so I leave her to you with a mother's blessing. It almost breaks my heart, but my duty to Edgar comes before everything, does it not? Please remember me to Mrs. Chetwynd and Miss Callendar, and Mr. Whymperis, and believe me, always yours gratefully, Gladys Murdoch." I read this astonishing epistle through in a voice stony from sheer amazement, and only just stopped myself in time from reading the following postscript aloud also. "P.S. I did tell Edgar the truth about Lucy, about my not having been married to her father, and Edgar said there were base men in the world who took advantage of young girls, and that the essential innocence of my soul was untouched, which I thought so beautiful of him. And since you're taking Lucy, I feel it only right to tell you who her father is. It's Mr. Maurice Purvis, the famous artist. He won't deny it if you ask him. G.M." Under cover of the comments aroused by the letter, I managed to conceal the fact that I had stumbled on this even more illuminating postscript, for after all, Chloe's affair with Maurice Purvis was not of such a very ancient date as to preclude all embarrassment on her part at hearing such news. Besides, I didn't see why anyone ever should know that piece of news. I knew enough of Mr. Purvis to be sure he would not want Littlejohn, and I did want her. "Well, of all the damned cheek," remarked Chas, "coolly eloping like that and planting her offspring on you." "Alas, poor Edgar," said Peter. "How bitterly will he rue Gladeyes' womanliness some day. He found a difficulty in running straight himself, but at least he always knew he was crooked, whereas Gladeyes could talk a circle into a straight line." "Chas," said Jo, "I hereby solemnly announce that we, you and I, contribute yearly to the upkeep of Littlejohn and her attendant, Changeling. It's a bit thick to expect Peter and Viv to do it all." I paid no heed, for on poking into the highly scented envelope, I had found another enclosure, this time written on a piece of drawing paper. "Dear Miss Lovel," ran this communication, "I know you will pardon this unceremonious departure when you think of the excuse I have, i.e. Gladys. I have indeed been blessed beyond my deserts. In my mother, in you as my friend, and in my girl. I have paid off all my debts, Miss Viv, and hope to do well in Canada. I daresay I shan't be what you'd call honest, but I won't try any more silly low-down games like the one you caught me at. Who knows, I may become a Member of Parliament, if they have such things out there. I trust you will not mind our leaving you baby Lucy, but Gladys thinks it would be so selfish to take it away from you. And now, Miss Viv, I am trying to say what I want, what I am writing this letter to say. I am not entirely ungrateful, even in deed, and I am making you a present which I hope will be of use to you, as an expression of my gratitude for that time when you spared Mother and me. I have made a deed of gift giving you Secrecy Farm. The land, as you know, is all sold, but there's a bit of garden, and the house is big, though old. I know this is what the old lady would have wished. You were the only person, excepting myself, that she loved, and she was very set on you. Whatever I have been to the rest of the world, to you I am always very sincerely yours, Edgar Murdoch. I heard none of the comments that were shrieked aloud, for I was shrieking myself, dancing round the studio and waving Edgar's letter above my head. A house for Peter and me and the Changeling and Littlejohn, and for Jo and Chas and Chloe whenever they cared to come and stay. A roof tree and fireside of our very own. We all partook of that unprepossessing tea in a state of jubilation bordering on frenzy, and after it Jo and Chas departed for their new flat at Campden Hill. Chloe was to stay at the Hencoop with me until my marriage, and Peter retired to his ancient Bloomsbury attic, taking one of the Nelephant's kittens as a present to his landlady. A long night's rest was a necessity for all of us, since next day Peter and I had to confront our publisher with the results of our winter's wanderings, and Chloe and I had also to attend the R.A., as proud exhibitors therein, it being varnishing day. As a matter of fact, we all attended it, Jo, Chloe, Chas, Peter, and I. We all met in the courtyard, and there laid a deep and cunning plan. Jo marched up the stairs first, waving my ticket casually under the nose of the man at the top. Then Chloe followed with her own. Jo then gave Chloe mine again, and Chloe, emerging, gave it to Chas, who walked in on the strength of it. This little game was repeated till we were all within the sacred walls. Peter and Chas were much intrigued by the unwonted sight of the R.A., swathed in dust sheets and brown holland, pots of varnish and top hats decking the muffled settees, and famous artists perilously poising on step-ladders while they dabbed at their pictures somewhere round the skyline. We settled, in case embarrassing questions were asked, that Chas and Peter were to be miniaturists. It was a trifle awkward when a well-known sculptor of Chloe's acquaintance, on being introduced to Peter, asked where his contribution was, for Chloe replied feverishly that it was a miniature, in the same breath that Peter, losing his head, said that it was badly skied. However, these nerve-wracking little incidents merely served to brace us for our visit to Mr. Brennan. The most important outcome of that visit was that Mr. Brennan advanced us £50 at once on the strength of Peter's manuscript and my sketches, though neither was quite finished. And Peter then walked out alone with the money, and refused to tell me what he was going to do with it. Next day I knew. He had spent £30-odd on a special licence, and the rest he proposed to spend on a week's honeymoon. I pointed out that as we were merely going straight into residence at Secrecy Farm, and the honeymoon consisted of being by ourselves for a week, £20 was a rather superfluous sum, so we decided to spend 15 of it on clothes. Jo was giving me the little white serge coat and skirt that was to be my wedding gown, and Chloe herself made me a white shirt with lawn ruffles to go with it, so for my part I bought some filmy underclothes that were such a joy to me that I kissed them when they came home from the shop. Peter invested in a Harris tweed suit with a nice smell, also in one of blue serge, and then we went out together and bought boots exactly alike, save as to size, in which to be married. They had grey suede uppers and patent leather toes, so shiny that the sky reflected blue in them as we walked. They were always known as the sky boots in consequence. We were to be married on opening day, and it was at the R.A. we all met, under the clock at 12. Chloe looked lovely in rose colour, and I looked harmless in the white serge. The Changeling was almost human in a new frock of brightest tartan, her own obstinate choice, I need hardly say. Fortunately Littlejohn in white with blue ribbons distracted some of the attention of passers-by from her guardian. Neither of these two innocents entered the academy itself, but waited without upon a seat, the stared at of all beholders. On opening day one always meets everybody one knows, and I was not of course surprised to run into Evadne and Ted, who were gazing at the pictures with the scornful toleration one would expect from nature vibrationists. But I was a little astonished to meet Kissa, because I knew that her family, unlike the Penroses, never came up to town for opening day. She was looking charming, and with a radiance she had not had only the summer before. Her brown eyes had lost their wistful expression, and if some of the woodland charm had gone from her aspect, she had gained in other ways. Her simple but smart frock had certainly never emanated from St. Annan's vicarage. A moment later, and all was clear, explained by Kissa's blushes, and the appearance at her elbow of William, glossy in morning coat and pearl grey trousers, with a truly British light of possession in his eye. For Kissa was ahead of me, and William had very wisely consoled himself 2 months earlier. "We didn't send wedding cake because you left no address," explained Kissa eagerly. "I hadn't one then," I replied. "I have a house in Hampstead now." "Oh, are you married?" cried Kissa. "I'm going to be married in a few minutes. This is my fiancé, Mr. Whymperis." Everyone beamed, but I knew Peter and William would mutually dislike each other if they lived to be 100. Kissa was all agog to come to my wedding, but William, murmuring something about not intruding, drew her away. I think he didn't care about his wife mixing with people who got themselves married so casually. I was not sorry. It is a mistake to have might-have-beens at an affair of that kind. I had written to Harry, who had not consoled himself, and he had sent me the dearest letter back, but nothing would have induced him to come to my wedding, and I was glad of it. Even without Kissa and William, we seemed to collect people like a snowball, and finally there left in taxis for the little city church which Peter and I had chosen, the Culvers, Mr. Brennan, in a new white waistcoat, Jo and Chas, the child of 60 summers, all flutter and excitement, the Changeling, Littlejohn, Chloe, Peter, and myself. It was a very incorrect wedding, since Chas, though wed, was best man, and Jo gave me away with a flourish. Peter and I stared nervously at the sky boots, and Littlejohn, under the mistaken impression that the whole thing was arranged for her amusement, shrieked with mirth. We all lunched in Soho, and Mr. Brennan stood some champagne, and afterwards lent Peter and me his car to take us right into the country for the afternoon, while Jo and Chloe went to put the finishing touches to Secrecy Farm. Only 4 rooms were furnished as yet. Everyone had given furniture as wedding presents, but there was a big attic for a studio and a sunny south room as a nursery for Littlejohn. That infant, with her attendant, was being looked after by Chloe for a week, so that Peter and I might have a little bit of honeymoon to ourselves. I can imagine no one less suited to the task than Chloe, or who would dislike it more, and I mingled admiration with gratitude. Afterwards, sad as it made us all, the hen coop was to be given up, for Jo and Chas rejoiced at their Camden Hill flat in a painfully superior studio with a carpet, and Chloe was going to pay a long round of visits. "You will have to go and get wed too, Chloe," said I at lunch, "if it's only to take you off our minds." "Many thanks," replied she, "but there's a limit to my altruism. I shall probably never bring myself to do it at all, and I shall develop into one of those fabulously ancient crones who nod their heads and say hoarsely, 'Ah, me dears, it wasn't for want of asking, I can tell you, not for want of asking.'" "And no one will believe you," said I, "because no one ever does believe that, though it's invariably true." "I think," said Chloe, "that there ought to be a compulsory register of proposals kept at Somerset House, like wills, you know, and then one could send doubting people to look them up." "It wouldn't save you," remarked Jo mournfully. "They'd only say, 'Poor dear, all those proposals, and still couldn't get the man she wanted.'" Here the Nelephant, who at church had been concealed in Chloe's large chiffon muff, and had nearly bitten it to pieces, tramped firmly over the table, and the question arose as to what was to become of her when Chloe's week at the hen coop was up. I, for once in my life, was firm, and utterly refused to have her at Secrecy Farm. Who then came to our rescue but the child of 60 summers? She, it may be remembered, always had a partiality for strange animals. She now announced herself perfectly willing to adopt the Nelephant and her family, and who were we, that we should tell her of that cat's unpleasant idiosyncrasies? It was evening when Peter and I arrived at Secrecy Farm. The big notice board was gone, and the long, low house front had been newly whitewashed, and against it the lilac and syringa, in full bloom, cast a delicate tracery of blue shadow, while the wall itself looked golden in the glow of the late sun. We pushed open the gate and walked up the little path, and round to the back of the house, where the front door had been placed by a thoughtful architect. The ricks of sad-coloured hay were gone, and no elevators rattled their iron joints in the ghostly fashion of last summer. Instead, a tall trellis-work, already thick with creeper, had been erected to hide the building, which, alas, would inevitably occur round about us. In the little garden, left to run adorably wild, the white stars of anemone lay tangled in the grass. The candles were alight on the horse-chestnut, and by the door there was a may-tree clustered with deeply bright pink blossom. Peter fitted the key into the lock, found that whosoever had left last had forgotten to put the latch down, and we walked straight in. We went all over the house, into the big, bare, whitewashed rooms, and into those where sketches and bits of old furniture made the place home. Everywhere were flowers, and Jo and Chloe had left supper ready for us. We looked at all this, and then went up to my room, which was the attic, looking towards the road. I had chosen it because there was a tall plane tree outside, and at night the lamp at the gate threw the shadows of the leaves against the pale wall of my room. And when a wind was abroad that shook the boughs, the shadows fled across and across the wall like a flock of big birds flying. The lamp had not been lit yet, for the sunset still held the sky, and Peter and I went to the window and stood looking out. The clouds were heaped and tumbled in fantastic palaces of rosy towers and purple shadows, with a streak of molten light at their foot, where they touched the rim of the heath. "There's one of your spirit cities, Peter," I said. "Oh, it's good, all of it," answered Peter, his arm about me, and I pressed his head against me in silence. Yes, it was good, and as I looked out at the grey-green of the heath, the darker blots of the trees and the high arch of the sky, I saw how it might come to be even better. That there would be difficulties I knew, for once, more clearly than Peter, for this house, so sweet to me, would cease to satisfy him, and one day he would take the road again. He would come back, but always to go once more. Yet whether I went with him or had to stay behind, there was always one thing which would have a power of solace, and that was our mutual knowledge of the year we had already had together. I saw it in a many-coloured flash, how disconnected and without scheme it had seemed while we were living it, and how it all, to use one of Peter's pet phrases, went to make a pattern. "Yes, it's good," I answered at last, "and we're awfully lucky to have it. And to have such friends, and £5 to go on with, and a ready-made family, and perhaps—" "Things would always be good where you were," said Peter, fitting the top of his head in under my chin. "You're like that. Do you know, Viv, I have a theory." But I slipped my hand over his mouth, and he laughed and kissed it. "Perhaps you're right," he said, "but it wasn't a bad theory. It was about our being happy living here. Do you know, I'm not sure a roof isn't a good thing to have, because, well, after all, true adventure is of the soul." "Let's just be happy," I answered, "for as long as we can. Oh, Peter, I wonder. End of chapter 37. End of The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse.